In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. In the morning while I'm driving, RonyiQ. I really come alive when it's time for RonyiQ. I listen to my Ronnie. I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for RonyiQ. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
Thank God it is Friday. Hello, 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 Grand Rising. I hope you guys had a fabulous week. Let's give ourselves a pause for making it to the weekend. Please feel free to like the video. If you have learned something new that you did not know already, you can help me reach my goals. There are a few things I'm going to talk about today. And what the things that I want to touch on is, first of all, the Melania situation. I'm surprised you guys don't know why Melania came out. Now, it could be one or two reasons, actually. There was suspicion that this war was to get everyone to stop talking about the Epstein files. But could the Epstein situation be what Melania is doing and what they push Melania out here to talk about to get you from thinking about how poorly this war was executed? I'm going to talk about the New York Times article where it was discussed in detail who was in the room, the advice they gave your president, all of the heads of a different department that are supposed to be giving your president advice. He didn't hire real people who could give him real world advice, real sound advice, real advice from their lived experience in government. No, he hired a bunch of sycophants. So therefore, this is the type of advice that he was getting from his secretaries of all of these different departments. Also, we're going to talk about Pam Bondi. Now, it is reported, Pam Bondi has a subpoena to sit before the House and answer some questions. Now, Todd Blanche, Trump's former personal attorney, who is now has taken Pam Bondi's place until a new DOJ uh, chair is confirmed. He's already said that he's not going to allow Pam Bondi to testify. Um, what is that dude's name? The James Comer. He has also said that he's not going to press Pam Bondi to come in under the subpoena. Now, James Comer, he is over the House, and he is the one with the gavel who always have to uh, be told when and where and what parts of Robert's rules of orders apply to all of his hearings and meetings. So he never knows what's going on, and someone always has to whisper in his ear. He said he's not going to have Pam Bondi come in. Now you guys remember that there was a subpoena put out for Pam Bondi, and she decided to give it 24 hours to Congress that she was going to have some briefing. And that was obviously prior to her being fired. She wanted to call herself, sitting them down, giving them a presentation, and giving them the opportunity to ask her whatever questions they had after she knew she already had a subpoena for April 14th. So Congress, the Democrats in the Congress quickly left because there was no, she would not be under oath. There was no one recording the meeting, and there were no attorneys there. So they said, no, we'll see you on the 14th. So obviously, without any explanation, they said that Pam Bondi will not be making this subpoena. And I showed you last week when that was questioned after she was fired. Do you think that Pam Bondi would be showing up for her subpoena? But by law, Robert Garcia explained that Pam Bondi would in fact have to be showing up for her subpoena by law. And if she did not show up for her subpoena, they would be pressing charges, which they have the right to do, on Pam Bondi. Hey, Queen Sparkle, it is good to see you, Grand Rising. Hope you had a fabulous week. Now, there is something else I want to talk about with you. Let's see. Now, a judge has ruled that Pete Kegbreath must give real media their credentials back to do stories, to collect stories in the Pentagon. If you are unaware, Pete Kegbreath put one of the media to sign a non-disclosure agreement and agreed that they would not write any stories unless it was cleared by someone in the Pentagon that he designated to clear all media stories about the Pentagon. The media balked, even Fox News, and he said that if they did not sign these NDAs, that they would not be allowed to be in the Pentagon as a press pool. And they all refused, and they were all thrown out of the Pentagon, replaced by YouTubers, sycophants like Laura Loomer, people who would comply to the bullshit. So the Pentagon didn't want any real news stories coming out about what is going on in the Pentagon. Several news outfits sued. New York Times was one of them. You know, the horrible New York Times. You have no ratings. No one watches you. The New York Times and several other outfits sued, and they won their case. They have to get their credentials back, and they have to be allowed back in the Pentagon with the same free reign. He actually wanted them to have to be escorted throughout the Pentagon wherever they went. So a judge ruled that that was unconstitutional and that he had to give them their free reign back. So, what Kegbreath did, he took it and he continued to disobey this judge's order. So, this judge has came out with a new order based on the fact that the Keg Breath wasn't following his original order, and it was quite blistering. We're going to talk about that new order. Now, what you may not know, what you may not know. And see, this is why you need to uh, give everyone in your current government the side eye. The Democrats are shutting down talks of impeachment of Donald Trump this year. Well, we don't have the power. The Republicans have the power. Okay, who don't understand that? I'm just really asking who does not understand that. But what we do understand is we need to know what seats in November that are going to be up that need to be replaced. We need to see who is going to keep their hands down when it's time to vote to impeach this president. We have a whole lot of obscure uh, senators and congressmen that we are unaware of in certain states. And we don't want anybody to skate by just because they're keeping their head down and staying out of the media. No, we want attention brought on all of the people who see what's going on in our country, see the demise of our country. We want them all to be highlighted, and we want them all to have microphones in their mouth and try to explain to you why there has been nothing done to improve America since a 47 has been in office. And we need a way to make sure that the phones and emails and everything else, that there is a concerted effort to get these people out of office, whether they're Democrats or Republicans. Now, Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries and Cory Booker, in my opinion, those are three of the first Democrats who should be thrown out of office. Anybody who is continuing to take APAC money, anybody who is continuing to say that Israel is something special to us, anybody who continues to give our tax dollars to Israel should be taken out of office. This is my personal opinion. So we're going to talk about that. Now, all of a sudden, as Benjamin Netanyahu blew up this alleged ceasefire, and Trump is giving Benjamin Netanyahu cover and lying for Benjamin Netanyahu that Lebanon was not included in the ceasefire. As Benjamin Netanyahu blows up the ceasefire in a war where none of his people, none of the Israeli people will have boots on the ground. He has blown up the agreement where your sons and daughters will have boots on the ground. So now it seems like Benjamin Netanyahu is about to allegedly go into some negotiations with not Libya, with Lebanon. Now, why would he be going into negotiations with Lebanon? We know that Benjamin Netanyahu has been trying to crush Lebanon, has been carpet bombing Lebanon with bombs, trying to take over the southern part of Lebanon to make it part of Israel, a greater Israel. What makes you think that Netanyahu is going to negotiate with Lebanon? Well, there are reports that uh, Israeli missiles interceptors, the missiles that they intercept incoming missiles. The report says that Israel is down to double digits of missile interceptors, which means Israel is running out of munitions. And we have seen that the Golden Dome is not so golden. So Israel is depending upon missile interceptors from our military. for his war in Lebanon as we're fighting a war in Iran, because of Netanyahu. So whose else munitions are going to be depleted so that Benjamin Netanyahu can be protected from the strikes that Iran are striking them because they are not following the ceasefire agreement that they will not bomb Lebanon again? Make any of this make sense? So we're going to deplete our now. Wouldn't it be interesting? Wouldn't this, if you're an adversary to the United States, wouldn't you think that this would be a good time to kick up some shit in the United States as we are bleeding all our war arsenal out to do Israel's bidding, like we're Israel's dog? Also, the Prime Minister of Iran made a real interesting point, a real good point. He said Benjamin Netanyahu's trial starts up again on Sunday. Wouldn't it be interesting if he was too busy with the war to attend his trial? You know, Benjamin Netanyahu has been allowed to not show up for his trial for many, many different reasons, as if he has pressing state issues that he must deal with, like like the genocide in Gaza. I can't be bothered to go to my corruption trial. I can't be bothered to go to my trial about committing war crimes because I need to commit some more war crimes. Give me a break. Can I get a doctor's note? I got a bellyache. I feel sick. Something's wrong with my stomach. I think I've been poisoned. I have a doctor's note. I can't show up for my trial. So this is what Benjamin Netanyahu has been doing. So do you think that Benjamin Netanyahu conveniently has got his whipping boy 45-47 to wage a whole war against a country that did nothing to the United States? The next people you vote for, you ought to ask them, what are you going to do for me and how I live my life? If the next candidate can't say what they're going to do for you and how you live your life, you should not vote for them, in my opinion. That's just my opinion. Because at what point are American politicians going to start taking care of the American people with all of the American dollars that they are spending and giving away to other countries, to prop up other countries, and doing nothing for their own country? Isn't that why we vote? Isn't that it? But I don't know why all of these MAGA Republican talking mouthpieces are so upset with 45-47 because he ain't never promised he was going to do shit for America. America first, America first. That's all he said. The only thing he said was America first, and that he was going to make the tax cut for the billionaires permanent. So nothing else was promised. He had no campaign. His policy had already been written up by the Heritage Foundation. He did not campaign on doing anything for the American people, making the price of eggs go down. He said he was going to reduce the price of eggs, and when the real reason why the price of eggs were so high is because there was a outbreak of bird flu in the United States, and they had to destroy many chickens and many eggs until the contamination was solved. The bird flu was something that the price of eggs was going to correct itself once they got the bird flu out of the chicken uh, population. So he wasn't going to do anything about the price of eggs. Okay. Let me see what else I would like to share with you. Hold on one second. Let's get to the Melania Trump story, shall we? Hmm. Hold on. I didn't see everyone who came in. Obviously, I didn't do something. Iceman, we drilling and my wallet is full. Great. I'm happy for you. No one wants to see anyone broke. Iceman. It's the Iron Dome. No, it's not iron. It's not anything. It's the paper dome. Um, that's what it is. The dome. When Lebanon stops, what, Iceman? What is Lebanon doing, Iceman? Can you tell me what Lebanon is doing, and then Israel will stop? What is Lebanon doing? There are reports it was the ceasefire he agreed to. It definitely was the ceasefire he agreed with. What specifically is Lebanon doing, Iceman? Nothing yet? You haven't thought of nothing yet, Iceman? Hold on. Let me check something. Hold on 1 second. Let me check something else. Hmm. Interesting. Okay. Let me see what you guys are talking about. America has lost all of their airlines. Yes, thank you. Iceman, shut the fuck up and hit the like button. Yes, would you all hit the like button? It would greatly be appreciated. Trump wife was given to him by Epstein. Now, the reason I have this screen cover on here, you hear the latest ridiculous of things that your president is out here saying. Let's talk about this. There are reports that Iran is charging fees to tankers going through the Hormuz Strait. I think it's the Strait of Hormuz, but I digress. They better not be. And if they are, they better stop now. President Donald J. Trump. Okay. So he's pretending like he is just been made aware of that they are bringing they're making money off of ships that are going through the Strait of Hormuz when uh, prior to the ceasefire agreement this morning, I asked President Trump if he's okay with the Iranians charging a toll for all ships that go through the Strait of Hormuz. He told me that there may be a joint Iranian venture to charge toll. We're thinking of doing it as a joint venture. It's a way of securing it, also securing it from lots of other people. It's a beautiful thing. Now, who doesn't remember that your president said that they could possibly make a lot of money at a shared venture of splitting the money, not splitting the money with Oman. See, I talked to you about this on yesterday before your president has come out here and pretend like he didn't know that part of the 10-point agreement would be that Iran would be charging tolls to go through the Strait of Hormuz. This is something that he had already agreed with. And then after his grubby, greedy, grifting ass found out that they was charging tolls, he said, well, hey, maybe we can share that together and not give Oman, of the people who are on the other side of the Strait of Hormuz. Iran is on one side, Oman is on the other side. No, he didn't want to share it with people who were actually affected in that region. He wanted the American government to get it. Kind of like he told you that he was going to sell that Venezuelan oil and help the Venezuelan people. And the one block of oil he was allowed to share before being cut off and being told that it was illegal to sell the Venezuelan oil. The one block of oil he sold. Did he share that with the Venezuelan people? No, he put that in a personal offshore bank account that only he has access to. That's what he did with the Venezuelan oil. So what do you think he was going to do as he tried to squeeze in on this venture where instead of America having to pay physical reparations back for all of the damage that they have done to Iran, they said we're going to get it back in charging every ship $1 per gallon for oil, which is approximately between $1 and $2 million per ship. Your president wanted to get in on some of those fees that are being charged, so your tax dollars won't have to go back to pay reparations for all the damage that this man did in this country, and he can't tell you why he did any of this damage to this country. But he's looking for a way to get paid. Who you think was going to get that money? Who the same person that got the money from the one sale of Venezuelan oil. The same person that is getting the money where America has given $1.2 billion for this fake ass board of peace that he has put up, where every nation who wants to join has to pay $1 billion. He has appointed himself the lifelong chair over the board of peace. He is the only one who has control over the board of peace's money. And America, just under his administration, just gave him a $1.2 billion influx of money into his phony board of peace, where he is the only person who has control of the money. Make that make sense. Now, when they initially announced the Board of Peace, they made a dedication of $10 billion that would be coming from America over a board that he has the only access to the money. I mean, I'm just wondering at what point are we going to get serious? Let me see. What else? What else? Now, these are the alleged people who are going to be negotiating for a long-standing ceasefire and peace in the Middle East. We know Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff knows nothing about government. We know that J.D. Vance is a tool of Peter Thiel, who it is reported in the New York Times article about going to war. J.D. Vance was the only person that gave him a definitive, I don't think it is a good idea. However, he followed that with, but if that's what you're going to do, I will support you all the way. So even though J.D. Vance knew it wasn't a good idea, he threw his support around a bad idea. And he is out here telling you that he thinks that the people in Pakistan who brokered the ceasefire, they didn't know English that good. And I think that they made a mistake when they thought that Lebanon was going to be included. I think it was a mistake because they didn't know English that good. Let's not forget that J.D. Vance is the same motherfucker who came out and said, well, I think it's kind of disheartening when your neighbors speak a different language. I think that everyone in America should speak the same language. So if you think that, when you're negotiating around the world, is it expected for you to know other world's language? Because I wonder where this West Virginia born and bred JD Vance, what other languages he knows while he is poo-pooing the ability of someone else to understand English. Someone else who understands English and his language. JD Vance, what other language do you understand? What other language do you speak that you are negotiating something? Should you have to be fluent in their language as well, JD Vance? Oh, okay. Oh, we're going to talk about that. I think I just did. Let me see what you guys are talking about. Mark Nichols. Be specific. Be specific, Mark Nichols. I really need you to be specific. You're mad. And what don't I know that I'm talking about? Be specific. I'm still waiting on the specific points that you guys have to make. No one cares if you're mad. Tell me where I'm wrong. Tell me where I'm wrong, and I'll be better impressed. Hold on one second. Let me do something real quick. Let me change something real quick. One second. Okay, here we go. You want to talk to me? You're going to have to put some effort into it. If you want to talk, put some effort into it. Okay? Okay. Here we go. Show me that you really want to talk to me. Okay. Let's continue. What else am I going to talk about today? Um. Oh yeah, those are the people who are supposed to be doing the negotiations. Now, the ambassador to Iran has already said that they will not be negotiating with Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. The Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner who has negotiated all across the world. All of these wars that Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner have allegedly been the negotiators. They know nothing about government, and they have negotiated no ceasefires anywhere. After Iran was negotiating in February and had come to an agreement with Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, and then on a Thursday, and then they were struck on a Saturday after having an agreement. They said these are unserious people and we will never negotiate with them again. But who is your government sending to negotiate again? So do you think that your government is serious about these negotiations at all, sending these three clowns out there to negotiate? No, they're not serious at all. No comments? Hey Shonda, it's good to see you. Please hit the like. Hey Diggy, what is this? A Dilly I'm going to call you Dilly. I suggest buying gold as well. Now, you know that France took all of their gold out of the that they were storing in the U.S. Treasury, and the U.S. Didn't even have all the France gold. They had to make some proxy to give France their gold back. They had to do some moving and shuffling to give France their gold back. Oh, you think that'll be a good idea? How is that going to, in fact, impact you and how you live your life, Reese? What has Iran did to the United States that has impacted you and how you live your life, Reese? To the point that you feel that Iran should be flattened. I, tell me, tell me what Iran has done to your American life, or do you live in America, Reese? You obviously don't live in America, because I really need to know what Iran did to affect you and how you live your life, to the extent that you are talking about this. Oh, okay. Nothing. Nothing. Okay. Let me make sure there's nothing else I want to show with you. Netanyahu, a criminal trial resumes on Sunday. A a region-wide ceasefire in Lebanon would hasten his jailing. If the U.S. wishes to crater its economy by letting Netanyahu kill diplomacy, that will be ultimately its choice. We think that would be dumb. This is from the Prime Minister of Iran. He is absolutely right. Let me remove this comment because I see she has nothing else to say. If the U.S. wishes to crater its economy by letting Netanyahu kill diplomacy, that would ultimately be its choice. We think that would be dumb, but we are prepared for it. Now, the uh, the Prime Minister for Iran has always said, okay, yeah, if that's what you want to do, go ahead and do it. But we ready. When they said that they were going to put boots on all of this talk about boots on the ground, they was like, okay, that's what you want to do. Do what you want to do. Okay. And they have always said, okay, if that's what you're going to do, go ahead and do it. We ready. They have always said that. That is the only response that they have been able to get out of Israel. I mean, Iran. If that's what you're going to do, go ahead and do it. Don't talk about it, be about it, is what they have always told Iran. Now let's get into this Melania Trump situation. Melania Trump want you to start thinking about Epstein again. Isn't that peculiar? Now, your president is also talking about leaving NATO. NATO didn't do anything for me. Either you did or you didn't need the help of NATO. We don't need anything from NATO. Even the white supremacist leaning Joe Kent, who hired the Proud Boys to work on his failed Senate campaign, says, unfortunately, leaving NATO won't be to avoid foreign entanglements. We'll be leaving NATO so we can side with Israel when Turkey and Israel eventually clash in Syria. This is after we helped topple the secular Syrian government and installed a former ISIS leader as president. Time to stop playing arsonists and firemen in the Middle East. It's just not worth it. Now, who is Joe Kent? Joe Kent is who the white supremacist, in my opinion, leaning person that your president put over counterterrorism, who came out and said that Iran was not a threat to the United States. Your Tulsi Gabbard came out, who's over, what is she over? DHS, came out and said that uh, Iran was not a threat to the U.S. Now, all of you in the chat talking about why we need to flatten Iran and all of this. Why? Why? What did they do to Americans and how they live their lives? As your government is spending $1 billion a day on this war, and talking about was talking about coming to Congress to ask for 200 billion more. After last September, Pete Kegbreath in the Pentagon budget blew $93 billion on shit that they didn't need. Steak, lobster tails, ribeye steaks, lobster, crab legs, designer furniture, Apple product, uh, awarding contracts to God know who, two of which we do know who went to Donald Trump's son, got defense contracts. They blew $93 billion in September. So I didn't say million, I said billion. Under the guise of if we don't use it, we're going to lose it. We have a 839 billion-dollar budget, and we have $93 billion left over. And if we don't use it, we may not get this $93 billion for our budget next time. Why do you know that was bullshit? Because their budget had already been approved and increased to $1 trillion in that big budget bloated bill that went through on July 4th. So they just blew $93 billion because they wanted to blow $93 billion when they saw that people were not getting their food stamp money, when they saw that people were losing their health care, when they saw that a huge amount of people, the largest amount of people in the United States, were going into foreclosure, when they saw that the largest amount of people in the history of America were getting their cars repossessed, when they saw the carnage that Doge did for no reason that they can even explain, the carnage of the job losses in America. But they just decided to fuck off $93 billion. But you mad at Iran for what? Iran did what to you? Oh, okay. Okay. Let's continue. No more comments? Y'all ain't talking. Oh, okay. Now, let's talk about Melania Trump, shall we? Melania Trump came out acting as if she was a victim of uh, of some reporting by the Daily Beast. Let's. Did I even pull up these complaints that she had? Let's listen to Melania talk her talk, shall we? Let's see what Melania Trump had to say. A statement by First Lady Melania Trump. Let's see what she got to say. I will share this with you because we're going to go over this. Okay. I think I'll share I think I will share. Hold on. Bear with me. I apologize. I think I'll share this with you first. Because you guys may not be aware that there is an author, Richard Wolfe. He had done quite a few stories. The Daily Beast. The Daily Beast has a site, and he has. I think he has done sat down with Donald Trump and has written either 3 or 4 books about Donald Trump. And at the time Epstein uh, disappeared, I don't know if he was killed. I don't know if he took his own life. I don't know if he's still alive. But I know he disappeared. At the time Epstein disappeared, Michael Wolff was sitting down with Epstein to write a book about Epstein. So he has a spot on the Daily Beast podcast where they talk about certain things. Now it seems like Melania Trump wasn't fond of the things that Michael was talking about on the podcast. So, one of the things that I remember Michael Wolff said in the podcast is that there were 3 modeling agencies. Uh, 4547 owned one. The Casablanca, the guy Casablanca, who married his wife. He started dating his wife at 15 and married her. I believe the age was 17, and he wound up taking his own life as it was things were coming out about him doing things to underage minors. That's how I remember it. You can go over to the Daily Beast and hear Michael Wolff talk about the times when all of these men in their 40s, created these model agencies where they had all of these women coming over from Eastern Europe and all over the world, and many of them were underage. Epstein also had a modeling agency, and we do know that our first lady, who has a Einstein visa, which is held for people who are scientists, who have created things, who have done something spectacular in their lifetime, that we will give them an Einstein visa to be a citizen. We know that Melania Trump, who came over here on her Einstein visa, was in that circle of models. That's what we know. So, Robert Michael Wolff was talking about these various things, and then he just kept on talking and talking and talking. If I'm correct, Michael Wolff is where I heard that the first time they consummated their relationship, it was on Jeffrey Epstein's Lolita Express, and all these types of things. So Michael Wolff, who had spent plenty time with 4547 and Jeffrey Epstein. Michael Wolff was also the person who said that Jeffrey Epstein showed him a picture of young ladies, young girls. He said they appeared to be very young, in a different stage of nudity, standing around 4547 in a picture. He pulled out a picture of 4547 with young girls, I think some of them were topless, if I can remember correctly. They were either on a boat or a beach, and they were laughing at 4547 and pointing at his pants that had a wet spot on them. He said that Jeffrey Epstein showed him that picture. I do remember him telling that story. Now, all of a sudden, Melania Trump has come out and said that people are bringing up fake pictures of her, and she didn't know Jeffrey Epstein, and just because she sent the woman Maxwell uh, a email that she was just she really didn't know her. All of this shit that Melania Trump said. They weren't friends. It was just a letter in, I forget how she put it. We'll get to her. We'll get to her. I didn't know Ghislaine Maxwell. Hold on one second. Okay. She said she didn't know Ghislaine Maxwell, and this one email that has been discovered in the Epstein files should not make you believe that she knew Ghislaine Maxwell or Epstein. So let's review the email. Dear G, how are you? Nice story about J.E., Jeffrey Epstein, in the New York Magazine. You look great on the picture. I know you are very busy flying all over the world. How was Palm Beach? I cannot wait to go down. Give me a call. So she didn't know her well, but the email says, "Give me a call when you are back in New York." So it appears that she has the Ghislaine Maxwell, who is in jail for also SAing underage girls with Epstein. She says, "Give me a call when you are back in New York. Have a great time. Love, Melania." So she wants you to understand, just because you see that number, she didn't know Ghislaine Maxwell. So let's see what. So so Michael Wolf is telling all these stories, and then all of a sudden, uh, the Epstein file is releasing information and pictures and things. So this has come out about Melania Trump. This is the one thing that directly connects Melania Trump to Epstein at all. This was in the Epstein files, definitively connecting Melania Trump to Epstein and Maxwell. So, in the middle of a war, that your president gave Iran everything that they asked for, and is now trying to lie and said that he didn't agree to any of the things. The same way we went to a war, got the attention off Epstein. Is this Epstein stuff supposed to take your attention off the war, as our men and women in the military are over there losing their lives behind a reason that no one can tell you while we're over there fighting Iran? No, this is not going to take our your little fucking fake ass life. Your little come over to America and screw billionaires ain't gonna take our attention off people who are losing their lives. No, it's not. Okay, let me show you what Michael Wolf had to say. Once what Michael Wolf continued to tell his stories and the things that were told to him by being in close contact with Epstein for writing his book and having extensive time, spending extensive time with 45, 47 writing books about him. Epstein said that uh, he received a letter from Melania's lawyer saying that he was saying defamatory things about her, and if he didn't take back things that he had said about her, that they will be suing him for $1 billion. Not million, $1 billion. So that is what reporters and people who have access to large numbers of people, where what they say may get out. That is what they call a slap suit. That means that they are writing you a letter trying to get you to retract what you said, trying to infringe upon your First Amendment rights, to say the things that you're saying, or be met with having to defend yourself financially in a court on a suit that may or may not be honorable. But what he said, he has taken the position that what he said, he told no lies. So for him to be threatened to be sued for $1 billion, that is was an attempt to keep him quiet for the things that he know, and he is exerting that he has told no lies. So I will let you hear from him himself. So that's what the thumbnail is all about.
I've written 4 books about Donald Trump. And for those of you who don't know me, my name is Michael WOLFE. I've written 4 books about Donald Trump. And before his death, I extensively interviewed Jeffrey Epstein, not least of all about his relationship with Donald Trump. I've spoken publicly about aspects of those interviews and the things Epstein said, including things he said about Melania Trump. I was notified the other day by Melania Trump's lawyers that they intend to sue me for $1 billion related to some of those statements. I'm not the first here. They have threatened and sued other people for saying similar things. These are called slap suits. They may have really no chance at all of proving defamation, but they sue anyway in order to intimidate you and really to shut down any discussion of the relationship of Melania Trump, Donald Trump, and Jeffrey Epstein. I can't live like that. And as a matter of fact, there's nothing I would like better than to get Donald Trump and Melania Trump under oath before a court reporter and ask them what are the details of their relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, what went on here. My lawyers last
Okay, now I remember when he first disclosed on the podcast, The Daily Beast. I'm going to drop the link for The Daily Beast. This video, all of the videos that I show are always in my description box. This is in my description box under Slap You Back. So I remember when he first disclosed that he received a letter from the attorney threatening to sue for $1 billion if he didn't retract certain statements. And what he said at the time was, I should sue her back. He said, because this is bullshit and I should sue her back. Let's continue.
night, turning Jeffrey Epstein, what went on here. My lawyers last night, turning the tables and refusing to acquiesce to these threats, went into court in New York and asked for a declaratory judgment. This gives us the ability, effectively, I am suing Melania. This gives us the ability to subpoena witnesses. So everybody who has been involved in this Epstein-Trump circle is going to have to come forward and testify. This is
Now, Melania Trump didn't tell you any of that. No, she didn't say any of that. What she told you was that she has made the Daily Beast has had to come back and retract statements and apologize. I don't recall anywhere that the Daily Beast has retracted statements and apologized. But that's what Melania Trump told you in her statement. She said you're ruining her good name. Is she serious? Is she really serious? How come she didn't do this performative show at her penthouse in New York City? Huh? Didn't the Trump administration tell you that Melania would not be joining President Trump? She will be remaining living in her penthouse in New York City. Yes, that's what they told you. That's what they told you before they came to the White House. They told you that Melania had a son who was still in school, and that school is a college. They said her life and her son is in school, and she wanted to stay in New York where her son was. Her son is in school, like she had a toddler, a third grader, a fourth grader, an eighth grader. She said her son was in school, so she would be remaining in New York City. To explain to you that Melania would not be moving to New York City. She will remain where in her home in New York City. And come to find out, her home in Trump Towers is a whole different apartment than Donald Trump's apartment is. It has been revealed. She has a apartment in Trump Towers that is separate from his in Trump Towers. So the whole gist of the situation is, hold on one second. The whole gist of this situation is, hold on. The whole gist of the situation is Melania is trying to get the Michael Wolff suit thrown out of New York City to a more favorable place like Florida, where where it is reported they believe that they have more malleable judges that would and so this case is now before a court. Her request to get this case moved to Florida because Melania Trump says, why is he filing this case in New York City? I live in Florida. So this is, she wants it moved to Florida. Now, Michael Wolff said that if the judge who is looking at this case, this Trump appointed judge who is looking at this case, moves the case to Florida, he's going to appeal. Now, I would be remiss if I did not tell you that it has been reported the judge who has this case, who is looking to see if this case will be moved to Florida, it is reported that this judge has voted on Trump leaning issues for Trump in most instances. Now, what Michael Wolff is saying is that Melania does not live in Florida, so therefore he filed his case where she lived. Now, when he filed his case, it's kind of like how punk bitches who run their mouth all the time, and then when they get paperwork served on them, they hide and don't answer the door. Yeah, it is reported that Michael Wolff has had a hard time serving Melania because she's pretending like she doesn't live in New York City. She is basically unservable. So this is where this case is as of now. But let me let him tell you.
Going to be expensive, and I'm going to come back to everyone and ask for their support. But I think this is always also going to be finally the way to find out exactly what the story was, the Epstein Trump story, to finally pull back this dark curtain.
What happened? I don't know what happened. I thought it was more. I guess that's it. Okay. Also, now Michael Wolff also is asserting. He's also asserting that Melania does not, in fact, live in Florida, and he has proof. He has a proof that she does not live in Florida. Now, he did open a GoFundMe page. That GoFundMe did secure him some of the best attorneys that are working with him on his case. That's all that I know about the Michael Wolf part of it. That was not happen. Just Melania just didn't happen to mention. Now let's see, hear what Melania had to say. It's only fair that we hear what Melania, your first lady, accused him of doing. Now, you will hear her speak specifically about the Daily Beast, but at no point did I thank you very, Carrie. I appreciate your support. Hey, foot soldier. But at no point did I ever hear Michael Wolf say that Melania was a part of abusing anyone. I never heard these claims, but Melania came out and made some things about people were saying certain things about her that I'd never heard, at least Michael Wolf say. And, hey, this is kind of like a little gossip story for me that I used to watch, but never did I report it on it as news. Why do you think I'm able to go back and find it? Let's hear what she says.
Good afternoon. The lies linking me with the disgraceful Jeffrey Epstein need to end today. The individual's lies.
So, understand, she's trying to get this case taken to Florida. So, did she get some bad news about her case? Is what I'm wondering. Let's continue.
Lying about me are devoid of ethical standards, humility, and respect.
Ethical standards. They are devoid of ethical standards. Did she read what her husband put out on Truth Social on Easter Sunday about killing a whole civilization? And she's talking about ethical standards. The leader of the United States talking about eliminating a whole culture. And she's talking about ethical standards. What she know about ethical standards? Huh? I'm very curious. What does she know about ethical standards as being the first lady of the United States and refusing to live in the White House and do the duties of the first lady in the White House? Living in Trump Towers and not even in a Trump apartment, living in a Melania alone apartment. She don't even live with her husband. And when she is in Trump Towers, but now all of a sudden, oh, she lives in Mar-a-Lago. Your own administration came out and said she will be remaining in New York City because she has a child who is in school, and omitting that this child, he is her child, he will forever be her child, is in college. And okay, let's continue. I said that.
I do not object to their ignorance, but rather I reject their mean-spirited attempts to defame my reputation.
Melania, what is your reputation? Your reputation of what? What is your reputation, Melania? Defame your reputation. What we need to we need to define what your reputation is before we can garner if it has been defamed or not. You have a reputation of wearing a we don't care type of trench coat when you went on a it was either a hurricane or a tornado uh jaunt to see the damages that were done, and you had the nerves to have on some designer trench coat who said that we really don't give a fuck or some shit like that. That's your reputation, Melania. That is your. You have the reputation of saying when you were getting together the Christmas decoration for the White House that who really gives a fuck about Christmas. That's your reputation, Melania. Let's continue.
Never been friends with Epstein. Their mean-spirited attempts to defame my reputation. I never been friends with Epstein. Donald and I were invited to the same parties as Epstein from time to time, since overlapping in social circles is common in New York City and Palm Beach. To be clear, I never had a relationship with Epstein or his accomplice, Maxwell. My email reply to Maxwell cannot be categorized as anything more than casual correspondence. My polite reply to her email doesn't amount to anything more than a tribal note.
Doesn't amount to anything more than a tribal note. What is a tribal note? What is this a tribal note? I guess this is a tribal note. A tribal note. My response to her that does not mean anything more than a tribal note. Let's see this tribal note. This is the one piece of evidence that showed that she knew Maxwell. Dear G, not Ghislaine, not Miss Maxwell. Dear G, that's very close and personal in my opinion. Hey Kay, if I say I see Carrie very Carrie come in the chat and I say, hey Kay, doesn't that seem like I have a different thought of me and very Carrie relationship if I'm saying, hey Kay? Okay, okay, we're gonna pretend like this is just a tribal note. Okay, let's beat the tribal drums while we read this tribal note, shall we? Hey G, how are you? Nice story about J.E. Jeffrey Epstein in New York Mag. Oh, so you're up on all of J.E.'s stories and magazine articles. This is just a tribal note. You look great in the picture. I know you are very busy flying all over the world. How come she doesn't write it with an accent? How was Palm Beach? I cannot wait to go down. Give me a call. Oh, she has your phone number. She can directly call you. Give me a call when you are back in New York. So you know she's not in New York, and she's coming back to New York. Have a great time. Love, Melania. It was nothing more than a tribal note. Okay, let's continue.
I am not Epstein's victim. Epstein.
Whoever says she was Epstein's victim? No one, I don't recall ever hearing anyone say that she was Epstein's victim. No one has ever mistaken a viper for a victim. I'm just.
Did not introduce me than a tribal note. I am not Epstein's victim. Epstein did not introduce me to Donald Trump. I met my husband by chance at a New York City party in 1998. This initial encounter with my husband is documented in detail in my book, Melania.
Okay, so she's giving she's telling you to go buy her book. Since you guys didn't go watch her movie, can you go buy her book? It's detailed in my book, Melania. Okay, go buy Melania. Okay, let's continue.
The first time I crossed paths with Epstein was in the year 2000 at an event Donald and I attended together. At the time, I had never met Epstein and had no knowledge of his criminal undertakings. Numerous fake images and statements about Epstein and me have been circulating on social media for years now. Be cautious about what.
So, is she mad about AI memes? Is that what she mad about? Well, if you're mad about AI memes, maybe you should, since you're the wife of the president, maybe you should tell your husband who don't want any regulations on AI. He wants to allow these tech guys to be able to do whatever they want with AI, including allowing Elon Musk to let pictures sit on Grok for weeks after he was alerted that Grok was disrobing children. Maybe you ought to tell your husband that should be some regulations on AI. Why do we have to hear about you bitch and moan about AI and you married to the motherfucker who wants it to stay unregulated? And he is the leader of the free world. Tell me that.
What you believe. This evening on social media for years now. Be cautious about what you believe. These images and stories are completely false.
So, if the images and stories are completely false, okay, now there is you guys are raking in billions now. Why is this an address to the nation? If they are completely false, you said that you were going to sue Michael Wolff. Go sue Michael Wolff if you feel that the images and stories that he has put out are false. Oh, you threatened to sue somebody for $1 billion. But where's your lawsuit? You coming out here bitching and moaning to the public, and allegedly 4547. 4547 was contacted by a reporter, I believe, from the Times, and they said, "Did you know that Melania was coming out with a statement? What do you have to say?" Oh, no. I'm busy. I'm in a call about the war, and I don't have to talk. But no, what she say is true. I gotta go. Now, we know that anytime that 4547 is in anything, any serious talk, he can't even stay away for all of these long ass, bemoaning, ass licking meetings that he have. What are those? Those meetings that he have with his uh, administration. He can't even stay awake for that. He can't stay awake when he called doctors in, wrestlers in, whoever in, anybody into the White House to have a press conference, and he's sitting up there slumped over, sleep in his chair. So Trump, while Melania is doing this, had no idea she was going to come out and talk about and say that she's being lied on. Be careful of what you believe. He had no idea because he was slumped over his chair, being updated about the war that he has your children in. Okay, are we clear? Oh, that's what happened. Okay, I got it.
I'm not a witness or a named witness in connection. Images and stories are completely false.
Well, sue the person who is doing the false story. You've already threatened to sue one person. Sue them. We know you have the ability. We know that your husband is very prolific in lawsuits.
I'm not a witness or a named witness in connection with any of Epstein's crimes.
I'm not a weakness. It sounds like she says she's not a weakness or a name weakness. No, she says she's not a witness or a name witness in Epstein's crime. But my question is, who said you were? That's who said you were. What is your point here? Because I never recall hearing it being reported that you were a witness or a named witness in Epstein's crime. So your point would be what? Let's continue.
My name has never appeared in court documents, depositions, victim statements, or FBI in interviews surrounding the Epstein matter.
Who said they were? Your point being what? I don't recall that ever being said about your name. So you're making a point out of a non-point. Okay, that's what we're here for. Okay, let's continue.
I have never had any knowledge of Epstein abuse of his victims.
Okay, so you've never had any knowledge of Epstein's abuse of his victims, even after he got a sweetheart deal, and your husband hired his attorney to be over the Commerce Department in his first term. You didn't know then, when all of the rest of the world knew that Epstein had got a sweetheart deal and spent 12 hours a day in a jail for years, in your husband's first administration, when the whole world knew that Epstein had been gone to jail for that. You never knew. You never knew. Never ever. I hate when people talk about what they ain't never done. You are in a lie to talk about what they ain't never done. I ain't never been on no RonyiQ panel. Never, never, ever, ever. I hate when people just lie to try to be relevant. Let's continue.
I was never involved in any capacity. I was not a participant, was never on Epstein's plane, and never visited his private island. I have
when all of the brouhaha came up about your husband being on his plane, and didn't you find that peculiar? But no, there are reports. Now there are reports about her being on his plane. Now she's saying she's never been on his plane, but it has been reported. Oh no, that was Marla Maples and Tiffany, the daughter, that was on the plane with Donald Trump. But there still are reports about her. I just can't remember them. So these reports about you being on his plane, why aren't you suing the people who are making these reports, Melania? What the fuck you talking about? What the fuck you calling a press conference talking about Jeffrey Epstein for, Melania?
never been legally accused or convinced of a crime in connection.
You never been legally accused or convinced of a crime. I think you mean convicted of a crime. You never been legal. And now, this is one question. One question that I have about this Einstein visa. How long? How many years have Melania been living in the United States of America? How come J.D. Vance don't have anything to say about the English that Melania Trump speaks? I have never been tried or convinced of any crime. How come J.D. Vance isn't talking shit about how Melania speaks? I'm very interested. How can you live in a country and still speak this horrible of a broken English and have all the wealth at your disposal? I understand people from different regions having a certain accent, but at what point is it important? I thought that it was important that people who come to this country blend into this country and make themselves a part of the American fabric. But it's not important for her to make herself a part of the American fabric. I've never been convinced of a crime. Y'all don't see it important for her to be a part of the American fabric. I notice. Let's continue.
connection with Epstein sex trafficking, abuse of minors, and other repulsive behavior. The false smears about me from mean-spirited and politically motivated individuals and entities looking to cause damage to my good name, to gain financially and climb politically, must stop.
Oh, my good name. My good name. What's good about your name, Melania? Name some of these goodness about your name in the American public. People, you are lucky that people, for the most part, just ignore you. Now you are upset about your good name. Are you trying to sell something? Now it is being reported that Melania is trying to market her good name. She's trying to do what Donald Trump do. Market the name of Melania or of Trump. You know how Trump markets his names and pretend as if he owns building, but he just get a branding deal that they will put the Trump name on a building, and it will be owned by other people who really have money to build these resorts and things like that. This is what your president was known for. You remember all those times that he was going bankrupt, and you were wondering how he still have all of these Trump things going up, because these were branding deals. He owned the name that they popped on their personal building to garner more customers, because they know a lot of people in the United States are ignorant. And the ignorant people have voted Donald Trump in to dummy them down more by ripping apart their public education, their schools. So there's that. Let's continue.
My attorneys and I have fought these unfounded and baseless lies with success and will continue to maintain my sound reputation without.
If your attorney and I have fought this to success, what the fuck are you talking about? If you have fought this to success, you know how to succeed in further fighting this. Why you bitching and moaning to us about it? We ain't paying your ass no attention. Oh, but you want attention now. This is the last term, so it's time to get your independent, separate money to get your business off the ground. Is that what's going on? Because nobody's paying you no motherfucking attention. You know how to succeed in getting people off your back, so you say. You and your attorneys. So what the fuck you standing up here for? Let's continue.
Without hesitation. These unfounded and baseless lies with success and will continue to maintain my sound reputation without hesitation. To date, several individuals and companies have been legally obligated to publicly apologize and retract their lies about me, such as Daily Beast, James Carville, and HarperCollins, UK.
Daily Beast, James Carville, and HarperCollins of the UK. Don't quote me, if I'm correct, HarperCollins of the UK, if I'm correct, I could be wrong, took a passage out of one of Michael Wolffe's book, not HarperCollins in the United States, HarperCollins in the UK. So I don't know where this Daily Beast apology ever happened. If it happened, I'm not saying I don't remember it ever happening. So there's that.
Now is the time for Congress to act. Epstein was not alone. Several prominent male executives.
We know Epstein was not alone. Are you not aware that your husband's name was mentioned in the Epstein file more than any other name, including Epstein's own name?
Resign from their powerful positions to act. Epstein was not alone. Several prominent male executives resigned from their powerful positions after this matter became widely politicized. Of course, this
And several didn't.
doesn't amount to guilt, but we still must work openly and transparently to uncover the truth. I call on Congress to provide the
We must work to uncover the proof. As your husband put his former lawyer in Pam Bimbo's spot, Pam Bimbo, who was hiding the Epstein file, even though there is a law that she must release the Epstein files. And since she's gotten fired, your husband prior attorney is saying that she does not have to uphold her part of coming in to answer question under subpoena. Why are you talking to us? But why? So why are you talking to us? How come you're not talking to your husband and telling him, hey, these are women need justice. You need to tell Todd Blanche that he need to make that bitch come in and answer questions under subpoena. Easy peasy. 1, 2, 3. What's the problem? What the fuck you talking to us for?
women who have been victimized work openly and transparently to uncover the truth. I call on Congress to provide the women who have been victimized by Epstein with a public hearing specifically centered around the survivors. Give this
a public hearing specifically surrounded about these survivors. But what about the private subpoena to specifically ask questions about the fucking Epstein files? How are they going to meet with the survivors if they don't have all of the information that is inside the Epstein files that your husband, DOJ, has refused to give them? Start at the beginning. Please start at the beginning. So she want the victims of Epstein's to have to sit before Congress. But she doesn't want any of the co-defenders that have been revealed. Does she not know that there are co-defenders who have been revealed already in the Epstein files? Do not know that her husband's name has been mentioned in the Epstein files and redacted from the Epstein files and all of this? How come she's not asking Congress to sit down and interview them under oath? But she wants to make it appear like she cares about the victims. But she's not acting Congress to have one iota of transparency about the men who fucking committed these crimes. Let's be real clear. Let's call a thing a thing. This sleight of hands, I really care bullshit is absolute bullshit, in my opinion.
victims their opportunity to testify under oath in front of Congress with the power of sworn testimony.
Are you asking your husband to tell his interim DOJ chair, Todd Blanche, to have Bondi testify under oath? Are you telling the woman who has been keeping these Epstein files secret for this administration?
Each and every woman should have her day to tell her story in public if she wishes, and then her testimony should be permanently entered into the congressional record. Then
Okay. Then her comments should be entered into the congressional records. Okay, let's talk about records. Let's talk about records. What is entered into Pam Bondi's records? What is entered into Cash Patel records? What is entered into Dan Bongino records? You know, the records that these are the three who were coordinating. They were coordinating the release of the files. They kept coming out saying the files on our desk. We got a binder. We got a list of the client list and all of this. How come in the Epstein files that have been released, there are no notes, no emails, no anything of what Cash Patel, Pam Bondi, and Dan Bongino or any FBI investigative records are in that? And Additionally, since we want to talk about records, I would be remiss if I did not remind you that the DOJ, this Trump DOJ, has already determined that they do not have to give over. They do not have to give over records at the end of Trump's term because it is unconstitutional. If you are not aware, if you don't remember me telling you this story, so there are no notes from this DOJ, and this administration has deemed that they do not have to follow the Presidential Records Act of 1978, which states, let me pull up the Presidential Records Act of 1978. The Presidential Records Act. This DOJ have not submitted any of their notes from the Epstein investigation. All investigative notes were supposed to be released. Now, let's be real clear. And then they have come back and said that they don't have to are not beholden to the Presidential Record Act of 1978, which will secure that any records that they were supposed to give at the end of this administration will not be forthcoming. What is the Presidential Records Act? Let's be real clear. While she's talking about what records need to be submitted to Congress, the Presidential Records Act of 1978 establishes that the presidential records are public property, sets rules for their management, and governs access after a presidency. So, the Presidential Record Act, enacted in 1978, changed the legal ownership of presidential records from private to public, ensuring that official documents created or received by the president and vice president are preserved for historical, administrative, and public purposes. The law was passed in response to President Richard Nixon's attempt to destroy records following his resignation, highlighting the need for statutory protection of presidential matters. The PRA applies to records created after January 20th, 1981, beginning with the Reagan administration. Let me see. Okay. And you can, let me see. Okay, here we go. Recent developments. In 2026, the Department of Justice Office of Legal Counsel issued an opinion declaring that the PRA is unconstitutional, arguing that it exceeds Congress' powers and infringes on the president's Article 2 independence. The opinion specifically stated that President Trump does not need to comply with the PRA, though the OLC, the Office of Legal Counsel guidance, is legally non-binding and does not change the federal law. Scholars have warned that this interpretation could affect future administration and enforcement of the presidential record keeping. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay, so we can expect the way that the president stole all the records at the end of his last administration, that he will not be turning over records after this administration. But Melania believes that the Congress should have. Should possess different records and all of this. Melania has some expectation of Congress that she doesn't have of her own husband. But are we almost done with this? Are we almost done? I think we're almost done. Let me and then I'm gonna come and see what you guys are saying about this. I'm just curious. Here we go.
And only then we will have the truth. Thank you.
And only then we will have the truth. After Congress takes the record, so we will never have the truth about your husband's presidency, the last one or this one. Is that what you're saying?
And only then we will have the truth. Each and every woman should have her day to tell her story in public if she wishes, and then her testimony should be permanently entered into the congressional record. Then, and only then, we will have the truth. Thank you.
So it is the witnesses who have already gone to the FBI, have been, and took no questions, already reported this, and nothing has happened over decades. So they are supposed to endure more of this when all of the information is readily available at the DOJ. Okay, so she has made the responsibility of the releasing of these records uh, something that the women who have already gone through all of this abuse, it is beholden upon them. No point. What was her point? Let me see what you guys are saying. Let me see what you guys are saying. Nothing. Okay. She calls on Congress. What about what about that? Hey, Sabar, it's good to see you. Yeah. No, it's Todd Blanche. Yeah, Todd Blanche. Did I say Tom? I know it's Todd Blanche. Um, she's always trying to sue the media or regular people over their past. Child. Hey, Fifi, all day. Welcome. Hey, goddess of Oshan. Welcome. What good name? Okay. Okay. Oh. Is that why he didn't bring it to the White House? Deflecting. Guilty. Okay. You believe she's lying? I concur. Foot soldier, I concur. Now, I will show you what Michael Wolff has said. I didn't see a direct response to this, but let me see if there is a direct response to this. Let me see. And I'm going to show you what the attorneys for the accusers had to say about this as well. Let me see. Let me. I thought I saw. one video. Hold on, let me go to something else. Oh, here we go. Now, this was 3 months ago. Let me share with you a couple of titles. You guys can go over there. I'm going to just play a short for you, but I just want to share just a couple of titles regarding this Melania Trump situation that I am aware of. The lengths Melania would go to avoid WOLFE lawsuits. Trump. Here is another one. What tone deaf Melania is prioritizing amid the ICE chaos. Melania's perfect tactic for surviving life with Trump. Melania Trump hiding from Michael Wolff. Let's see. I found where Melania Trump really lives. Michael Wolff, that's a 45-minute thing because he was having trouble serving her since she decided to threaten him with a $1 billion lawsuit. He said, no, I'm going to sue you. Why Melania Trump is hiding from me, Michael Wolff. Where does Melania Trump really live? The reason why Trump and his goons are scrambling inside Trump's head. Okay. How Melania and Donald make the perfect imperfect couple. I am not going to pay all of this. Michael Wolff's bombshell lawsuit against Melania. Let's
So it is now Michael Wolff versus Melania Trump. I'm not the only one who has faced these kinds of lawsuits. This has just become their trick in the book. We don't want this discussion to go on. How do we stop it? We threaten people with lawsuits for billions of dollars. So instead of acquiescing, my lawyers went into court and sued the First Lady. What we are suing for, the New York State, there are a set of laws. They're called anti-slap laws because hers is the threat of a slap lawsuit. Suing me for defamation in a situation where there is patently no defamation, but suing so that I will shut up. So instead, in a turning of the tables, a jujitsu move about what someone in the White House said to me this morning, well, no one saw that coming. We have sued the First Lady. The importance of that is that it gives me subpoena power. I can subpoena the First Lady, her husband, the president, and anyone else who might shed light on the relationship of Donald Trump and Melania Trump to Jeffrey Epstein. This might be a way to actually get to the bottom of this story, to open the curtain, the dark curtain, and we'll see how they feel about that.
Okay. I'm going to play one more short and we're going to move on from this story. I'm going to drop the link for the Daily Beast in the chat and it will be in my description box.
Melania is a key part of the puzzle. What happened with Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump? Melania sheds an enormous amount of light. I got a letter saying you got to talk about Melania and Trump. Before they could sue me for $1 billion, we went into court and sued them. We filed that suit on October 22nd, and that's almost 10 weeks ago. One of the things that we have been trying to do is to serve the First Lady. It turns out to be very difficult. They're basically hiding. They don't want this to go forward because they've kind of screwed themselves. I file suit. That means I can subpoena them. That means I can ask Melania Trump, Donald Trump, all of their friends, basically anything I want about the relationship to Jeffrey Epstein. That is something that I think they cannot let happen. We have not heard from Melania or her lawyers. They finally responded to us because they went into court to ask that our suit be moved from the New York courts to the federal courts. That's a delay tactic, which means that we have to start the service process all over again. She cannot let this happen. I mean, her options are to run out the clock on this, which they will certainly try to do. Every delay tactic that's available to them, they will use.
What you're about to hear is not a political opinion piece. It is not partisan commentary. It is a story about power, money, fear, and one journalist who refused to back down. It is a story about what happens when the most powerful family in the United States decides that the best way to deal with the truth is to bury it. Not with facts, not with evidence, but with lawyers, delays, and an avalanche of legal paperwork designed to exhaust anyone brave enough to ask inconvenient questions. So buckle up, because this story is far more extraordinary than most people realize. Let's start at the very beginning, because context matters enormously here. Michael Wolfe is not some random blogger operating from his basement. He is one of the most consequential political journalists of the last decade. He wrote Fire and Fury, the book that shook the first Trump White House to its foundation. He wrote Siege and Landslide and All or Nothing. He has spent years inside the orbit of Donald Trump, talking to aides, advisors, insiders, and yes, according to Wolfe himself, he spent close to 100 hours in conversation with Jeffrey Epstein before Epstein's death in 2019. That is not a small detail. That is an enormous detail, because what it means is that Michael Wolfe potentially knows things, specific documented sourced things, about the relationship between the Trumps and Jeffrey Epstein that have never been made public. And apparently, that terrifies someone in the White House enough to threaten him with $1 billion in damages. Yes, you heard that correctly. $1 billion. Not 1 million, not 10 million, 1 billion. That is the figure that Melania Trump's lawyers put in a threatening letter they sent to Michael Wolfe in October 2025. The letter, written by her attorney Alejandro Brito, demanded that Wolfe retract statements he had made about Melania's alleged ties to Jeffrey Epstein, statements he had made on a podcast and in articles published by the Daily Beast. The letter called his statements false, defamatory, disparaging, misleading, and inflammatory. It demanded an apology, it demanded silence, and it came with that extraordinary, almost theatrical price tag of $1 billion, presumably designed to make Wolfe feel so financially overwhelmed, so completely outgunned, that he would simply fold, apologize, and disappear. Now here is where the story becomes genuinely remarkable, because Michael Wolfe did not fold, Michael Wolfe did not apologize, Michael Wolfe did not disappear. Instead, he did something that almost no journalist in America has dared to do against the Trump family. He sued them first. Before Melania's team could even file their billion-dollar lawsuit, Wolfe marched into New York State Supreme Court on October 22, 2025, and filed his own legal action against the First Lady of the United States. Think about what that takes. Think about the courage, or perhaps the calculated audacity, required to look a billion-dollar legal threat from the most powerful couple in America directly in the eye and say, "No, actually, I am suing you." That is an
Okay, so all of those links I just played you are in my description box. I'm gonna also
Melania is
hold on. I am going to also drop the link to the Daily Beast, their channel. If you want to go over there and hear what he has said, let me get their. Let me drop their link. In the chat, and it will be in my description box. Here it is in the chat. So that's what I thought. That is what I thought when I saw this Melania brouhaha stirring up. But I do have some other reporting on it. Let's see other reports, and let's see what the attorneys for the victims have said about Melania's request.
Hi there, everyone. It's 4 o'clock in New York. It has been more than 40 days since we've led this broadcast with news about Donald Trump's ties to Jeffrey Epstein, or for that matter, the Trump administration's refusal to release the Epstein files with any alacrity or consideration for the victims of sexual abuse and child sex trafficking. Melania Trump changed that today, seemingly on purpose. She summoned the White House press pool, and at 2:30 p.m. today, she said this.
The lies linking me with the disgraceful Jeffrey Epstein need to end today. The individuals lying about me are devoid of ethical standards, humility, and respect. I do not object to their ignorance, but rather I reject their mean-spirited attempts to defame my reputation. I never been friends with Epstein. Donald and I were invited to the same parties as Epstein from time to time, since overlapping in social circles is common in New York City and Palm Beach. To be clear, I never had a relationship with Epstein or his accomplice, Maxwell. My email reply to Maxwell cannot be categorized as anything more than casual correspondence. My polite reply to her email doesn't amount to anything more than a trivial note. I am not Epstein's victim. Epstein did not introduce me to Donald Trump. I met my husband by chance at a New York City party in 1998.
To be clear, none of those things, nothing about Melania Trump, was the Epstein headline that was dogging Donald Trump in the days immediately leading up to the start of the war he began with Iran. In those days, it was news of a woman who alleged sexual and physical assault by Donald Trump when she was a child. That story was all over the news, including in right-wing outlets. Importantly, it's a story that Donald Trump denies. But today, for reasons that aren't completely clear, Melania Trump grabbed the Klieg lights and thrust them back, not just to Donald Trump's ties to Jeffrey Epstein, but her own with this.
Be cautious about what you believe. These images and stories are completely false. I'm not a witness or a named witness in connection with any of Epstein's crimes. My name has never appeared in court documents, depositions, victim statements, or FBI in interviews surrounding the Epstein matter. I have never had any knowledge of Epstein abuse of his victims. I was never involved in any capacity. I was not a participant, was never on Epstein's plane, and never visited his private island. I have never been legally accused or convinced of a crime in connection with Epstein's sex trafficking, abuse of minors, and other repulsive behavior.
The question we have today is, why did she say those things? And why today? Those questions at Breaking News is where we start today. Washington correspondent and host of the Weekend AM, Jackie Alamany.
All of that stuff she just said, no one ever accused her of that at all. This link
Joins us from the North Lawn of the White House. Also joining us.
This link is also in my description box under Slap You Back, because this is all of this is in my opinion, is behind the lawsuit that Michael WOLFE is pressing Melania Trump with under the SLAPP Act, where she tried to silence him from doing his reporting by sending a letter from her attorneys to take things back that he had reported about her, and make an apology, stop talking about her, and to take things back because he was defaming her. And if he didn't do it, she would sue him for $1 billion. And instead of doing anything that was requested in that letter from her attorney, he has sued her. So all of those links that I just shared are in the description box. The link to the Daily Beast, I dropped it in the description box and in my chat. I think there are a couple of more. I want to get to what the victims actually had to say. Let's get to the victims. Hold on. Oh, I have one more.
Author Michael Wolfe has claimed in a lawsuit that First Lady Melania Trump threatened to sue him for over $1 billion in damages if he didn't retract Jeffrey Epstein-related statements he made about her. Wolfe said in the lawsuit that Melania Trump's threat to sue came over statements he made to the Daily Beast and in 3 videos published on social media, although he added some statements were incomplete phrases and were taken out of context. The lawsuit came on Tuesday, the deadline set by Melania Trump's lawyer for Wolfe to retract statements, issue an apology, and pay damages to his client. Through his lawsuit, Wolfe announced his intention to use the legal action to put the president and his wife under oath to answer questions about Epstein. Wolfe conducted interviews with Epstein before his death. The lawsuit noted that Wolfe never said Melania Trump was involved in any of Epstein's crimes. Among the statements the lawsuit said were true were those saying Melania Trump was very involved in Epstein's social circle, where she met her future husband, and that it was fair to question how Melania Trump fits into the Epstein story. Wolfe has published a dozen books, including 4 bestsellers about the president.
For those of you.
Okay, I've already played that one for you. I want to get to a response from the victims because I think it is a very important. Here we are right here.
Well, we got some breaking news and developments in the case involving Melania Trump on one hand and journalist Michael Wolfe on the other. In October, Michael Wolfe filed first a lawsuit in New York State Supreme Court in Manhattan, trial court level, for a declaratory judgment to cut Melania Trump off at the pass after he received a demand letter demanding that he fork over $1 billion or more because he properly reported that there was a connective tissue and relationship between Melania Trump, the web of Jeffrey Epstein, and her husband, Donald Trump. She didn't like that, so she had Donald Trump's defamation lawyer of choice down in Coral Gables, Florida, send a letter to him. Michael ran to court first, but now in breaking news, Melania doesn't want to be in state Supreme Court. She wants to be in federal court, so she has filed a notice of removal. And guess what judge she got? Sit down for this one, everybody. Random assignment, but she got one of the only Trump-appointed judges on the Southern District of New York, and not just any Trump-appointed judge, Mary Kay Viscoseal. She has ruled consistently in favor of the Trump administration since she took her seat. She's the one that dismissed the case brought by the professors of Columbia University, who had about $400 million of their funding cut off by the Trump administration early on. And it was Judge Viscoseal, a Trump appointee, who decided that they did not have standing to raise that issue and dismissed that case that was brought against the Trump administration. It's not the only time she sided with Donald Trump or MAGA ultimately. I'm going to talk about what it means for Melania Trump. What is it?
Michael Wolfe says that if she decides against him because he is positive that Melania Trump does not live in Florida, however she resides in New York City, he will appeal her ruling as well.
Notice of removal and what will happen when the case proceeds in federal court. I'm Michael Popak. You're in Legal AF. Let's talk about Melania Trump turning. Because
Melania Trump is trying to say that she doesn't live in New York City. She lives in Florida. So therefore the case has to be filed in Florida.
Tail and trying to run to a different court. So the state court filing which would travel if it got removed to federal court, would go along with the case. I mean, Michael Wolfe could, and I've interviewed Michael Wolfe in the past, Michael Wolfe could amend his complaint once it moves over to federal court. Oftentimes they do. Maybe they find a federal claim that they want to bring. But let's say this complaint, this pleading, travels along with the case. Now, I'll post again in Legal AF Substack for paid members the actual complaint. But back in October, this is what Michael and his lawyers wrote in their case against Melania Trump. On October 15th, 2015, defendant Melania Trump, this is paragraph 1, demanded that Wolfe immediately retract certain statements which Wolfe allegedly published about Mrs. Trump. The demand letter wanted Wolfe to immediately issue an apology for the false, defamatory, and disparaging comments. The threat insisted that if he did not comply by October 21, she would file a case against Wolfe for over $1 billion in damages.
Okay, so you heard in her statement. Now, if he didn't reply by October 21st of last year. Now, you heard her statement yesterday saying that she had gotten the Daily Beast and others to retract statements. Like I told you, I don't know where the Daily Beast retracted any of their statements. I haven't heard about the Daily Beast retracting any statements. However, I do know that she has not sued Michael Wolfe for $1 billion. And it is far beyond October 21st of 2025. However, he has sued her.
Paragraph 4, Mrs. Trump and her unitary executive husband, along with their MAGA myrmidons, have made a practice of threatening those who speak against them with costly slap actions. That's suits against public participation, or strategic lawsuits against public participation. That's where you threaten a lawsuit in order to chill somebody's First Amendment rights. And that is illegal in most states, including in New York. So they have threatened those who speak against them with costly slap actions in order to silence their speech, to intimidate their critics generally, and to extract unjustified payments and North Korean-style confessions and apologies. These threatened legal actions are designed to create a climate of fear in the nation so that people cannot freely or confidently exercise their First Amendment rights. The threats are also intended to shut down legitimate inquiry into the Epstein matter, which the Trumps and their collaborators have at every turn sought to impede and suppress. Mr. Wolfe is a journalist who's done his job diligently, reporting what he knows, identifying what he does not know, and asking important questions that deserve inquiry. And he wants a declaration by a judge that his statements are not defamation, that they are non-defamatory, that they are a slap suit, and that they should be dismissed. And he goes through each of the statements about why they cannot form the basis of a defamation case. First Lady Melania Trump could be the missing link in President Trump's ties to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, for instance. That comes from the Daily Beast article. Melania Trump is very involved in the Epstein scandal. That is opinion taken out of context. Melania Trump liked to F his friends' wives and first slept with Melania on his Lolita Express. This statement is true, according to Mr. Wolfe in his filing. Where does Melania fit into the Epstein story? Where does she fit into the whole culture of models of indeterminate age? This is fair and proper questioning. They then said this sham marriage, trophy marriage, hardly any marriage at all, is part of the scam. His commentary about the marriage of Melania Trump to Donald Trump. Now, when you have what's called complete diversity, Michael Wolfe, I believe, lives in New York. Melania lives in Florida, although it is debatable whether she is a declared resident of the state of Florida. She certainly spends a fair amount of time in New York at Trump Tower. I mean, she infamously did not really move to Washington either in the first term or in the second term. She's abdicated her responsibilities as a first lady. You really only see her show up at state dinners. So I think there's going to be a fight about whether Melania is a resident of the state of New York or Florida at all. Now, if she is a resident of the state of Florida, then she has the right to try to bring the case as long
And therein lies the fight.
as it meets the threshold into federal court, and then she would get Trump appointee Mary Kay Viscoseal. If she's not a resident, then there would not be complete diversity. It would be New York versus New York, and you can't use diversity jurisdiction. You have no other ticket into the federal courthouse. So there's going to be a whole fight now on discovery, limited discovery about her residency. That could be very embarrassing to Melania. Where do you sleep? Where is your bedroom? Tell me about the setup you have at Trump Tower. How many days a year do you spend at Trump Tower? Let me see your travel records. How many days a year do you spend in the White House? How many days a year do you spend at Mar-a-Lago? Right? Who or what is in the rooms with you? You know, things like that. This could get very, very dicey for her. But this is legitimate inquiry about diversity jurisdiction. I've handled cases like this before. Let's see your phone bills. Let's see your records. Let's see your credit card payments. Let's see the utility payments. Let's see your Internal Revenue Service declaration. Let's see whether you're homestead protected in Florida for tax purposes. All that. All fair game now that she's tried to remove. And now it's going to be a fight with Judge Viscoseal with the lawyers for Michael Wolfe, led by Miller, Korzenak, and Raymond, up against this lawyer from Florida, who's representing Melania Trump and always represents Donald Trump in these kind of cases, Alejandro Brito, and whatever local New York lawyer they're using for it. In the papers, which should really just be a plain notice of removal and just say the parties are diverse and she has the right to remove. No, they took a shot at including in the notice of removal that plaintiff falsely and maliciously asserts that Mrs. Trump was somehow involved in the scandal relating to Jeffrey Epstein and initiated this action in an improper effort to preempt a potential defamation lawsuit against him by Mrs. Trump. I mean, the demand letter by Brito is quite clear. Date certain, if you don't give me $1 billion, I'm going to sue you first. They're just pissed off that Michael got to court first with a great strategy and went through each of the defamatory statements in the letter of demand and said why they can't be false and republished them under privilege in a court of law. Let me show you a clip of Michael being interviewed. He was on with me and with Court of History here on Legal AF recently about the lawsuit after it was filed. Let's play the clip. And certain of the comments that you made, just for our audience, were about the relationship between Donald Trump and Melania. And it looks like you got a threat letter, which you've attached to the lawsuit that's been filed in the New York State Supreme Court, which is the trial level court in New York, giving you until yesterday to do a bunch of things towards Melania, including an apology, or she was going to sue you, but you sued her first. Talk about the receipt of the letter, what happened yesterday, and the filing of the lawsuit today.
Well, I'm not the first person to get.
Like I say, all of the links that I have to the Daily Beast are in my description box. We talked about all of this earlier on here on my channel because I had just happened to run across Michael Wolfe talking about this. This was not anything that was newsworthy for me up until he said that he had gotten the letter threatening to sue him for $1 billion. And he pondered when he was reporting that he got that letter, if he would sue her first. And he said it would take a great amount of money. And understand that that is the whole purpose of saying you're going to sue someone for $1 billion. That lets you know that you're going to have a high-powered, a high-priced attorney. So either you're going to give in and cry uncle. Remember that Trump said that Iran wouldn't give in and cry uncle, but he gave in and cried uncle. So Michael Wolfe did a GoFundMe, and he was financially supported and has a from what I understand, a very good attorney who is fighting this case, and he sued her prior to the date which was given, that he had to hovel to her and say that he lied.
Such a letter, and also not about such a subject. I mean, a lot of people have, or a number of people have made statements related to Melania Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. I mean, there are pictures of them together, so this is not a this is not far-fetched. And so the discussion is what kind of relationship that they had, and a lot of these are questions: what kind of, who introduced them, in what circumstance? All of these questions, which clearly the Trumps do not want asked, and they certainly don't want answered. So I got a letter on the 15th, which said they're going to sue me for $1 billion unless I retract and apologize. Nothing that I've said in any reasonable, actually, and even in any wild conception of this can be called defamatory. Actually, there's what I've said is not only just statements of fact, but mild circumstances. They knew each other. They might have been in the same room when, that kind of thing. But this entire discussion, they are deeply allergic to, and their way of dealing with it is to threaten $1 billion lawsuits.
Now, the full interview is in the link below. You can go back and watch it. Michael's a fascinating character. He's been on our show a number of times talking about Epstein, talking about Melania, talking about Donald Trump. You're not going to want to miss the 50-minute or 60-minute or so interview. But in the meantime, we'll follow what happens. What should happen is the lawyers for Michael Wolfe should ask for limited discovery, limited to the diversity jurisdiction question, and proctologist style, get into Melania's business about where she really lives and ask some hard truths and some hard questions about it. If they thought they were just going to file the notice and it was going to get automatically removed, not happening. Of course, it's up to this Trump judge, Biscasile, to decide what her process is going to be around the removal. And it's really going to be up to her. Again, she's ruled in favor of Donald Trump in some way, shape, or form every time she's had a case. For instance, when Jim Jordan, on behalf of Donald Trump in the House Judiciary Committee, tried to get Alvin Bragg.
This is in my description box. I am trying to get to the response from the women. I think it's here.
Donald Trump is obviously.
Let's keep it a buck. Now, Trump said that he had no idea that his wife was setting up a whole press conference. He probably had no idea she was even in Washington, D.C. I could believe that before I can believe that he did not know that she was setting up a whole press conference in the White House to talk about this Epstein shit. After she used his attorney that he always used to make these threatening lawsuits. Do you think that Trump knew that she was going to do this press conference? He wants you to believe he had no idea she was going to do this press conference. I really want to get to the responses from the victims about the request that they go before Congress. Let me see if I think it is in this report. Maybe not. Hold on. Yes, it's right here.
Ships remained bottled up in the Gulf on
Oh,
Thursday.
no, that's not what I'm looking for. Hold on. No, this is about Iran. I apologize because I feel that it is important that you hear how they feel about all of this. I apologize. 1 second. And what their attorney has come out and said about this. Where is it? Let me Let me Google it. Let me Google it. I can't remember exactly which video it was, and I don't want to pay any more videos. Let me see what Epstein victim response. I was going to screenshot it, but I knew I had it in a video. Now I can't find it. Oh my God. Oh, here we go. Thank God. Let's see. I hope it's the full response. If not, I apologize, but I think it's right here. This foolishness. She wants to re-victimize victims and says that the victims need to do something more, and it would be in the congressional record. Let's continue.
Congress to actually focus in more on Epstein's crimes. The First Lady is now telling Congress to actually focus in more on Epstein's crimes with this statement and the women that he victimized. Joining us right now here in studio is Gloria Allred. She is an attorney who represents several of the women abused by Jeffrey Epstein. Gloria, thank you so much for being here. What is your reaction to what you heard from the First Lady?
Well, first, I'm very glad that she suggested that it's important that Congress have a hearing and allow the survivors to testify. I'm in support of that. I know my client Alicia Arden and others would be in support of that. Not, of course, not all survivors agree with that, but I think it should be a choice for the survivors whether to testify or not. They should not be subpoenaed to testify.
When you, this morning, in hearing this statement from the First Lady from the White House?
I want to hear the statement from all of the survivors.
A group of survivors then put out a statement saying that the First Lady was shifting the burden to them. They wrote in part, survivors of Jeffrey Epstein have already shown extraordinary courage by coming forward, filing reports and giving testimony. Asking more of them now is a deflection of responsibility, not justice. One survivor told CNN she is ready, though, to take the First Lady up on her offer.
I don't want to hear what they said in part. I want to hear the complete statement. I'm going to drop this in the chat. There are numerous of women. Some of them think that this is a good thing.
The First Lady is now telling Congress to actually focus in more on Epstein's crimes
show
with this statement
you
and the women that he
the whole group statement that had been released in its entirety. Okay, so it doesn't seem like I'm able to find it. Oh my God. Let me search this video. Let me search this video right quick before we move on. Hold on one second. It may be here. No, it doesn't appear to be here either. Let me see what he is saying, though. Oops, I'm not sharing it with you. I apologize. Almost forgot. Here we go.
major press conference, which has garnered lots of attention, and is calling for victims to testify and for there to be hearings. So it's a very, very different message that she came out on her own and did it without Donald Trump by her side. So politically, it's very interesting what's happening here between the president and the first lady in their diverging messages.
Stay with us, both of you. I want to bring in Democratic Congressman Robert Garcia of California. He's a ranking member of the House Oversight Committee. Are you in possession of any materials that haven't been released to the public yet that suggest any of the things Melania Trump today denied? Quote, I never had a relationship with Epstein. Quote, I'm not Epstein's victim. Quote, I'm not a witness or a victim to any crimes. Quote, I have never been accused of a crime.
We're not. And I'll just start by saying that this kind of press conference that the First Lady just had was pretty stunning for a variety of reasons. First is she is publicly calling for a hearing with survivors that we have been asking for months and have been told every time that it wasn't possible. Chairman Comer has not scheduled it. This is the same administration that has called this investigation a hoax. I mean, just a day ago, the acting attorney general, Todd Blanche, said that the DOJ was not moving forward on any part of the Epstein investigation. This has been an investigation the White House has pushed aside. There have been efforts by survivors to meet with the White House, to meet with the DOJ. And so for the First Lady to come out and to essentially say that she is calling on this public hearing for survivors and to kind of put herself in the center of the story is something that we certainly were not expecting today, but we certainly welcome and agree with her call to hear directly from the survivors. And this pushes back against all efforts the White House has been making and really distances herself from the president and his public statements in trying to end this investigation and essentially calling it a hoax.
I wholeheartedly disagree. I think that this is part of the hoax. It's unfortunate that our for-profit media is not aware, is not paying attention to the fact that Melania Trump threatened to sue someone who was talking about the relationship between herself, her husband, and Jeffrey Epstein, someone who has interviewed, sat with them about books about their lives, an author who has written books about her husband's life, who had to have intimate details about his life, who was sitting down with Epstein at the point where he has disappeared from earth or from his jail cell, who had intimate details about his life. And I think it is unfortunate that the mass media is omitting this part of the story. She threatened to sue this author who had all of these intimate details about both of these men, and therefore obviously where she fit in the relationship, and threatened to sue him for things that he had said. And he has repeated these things and said in his lawsuit and said that no, these questions beg to be answered. This is what I said in response to her sending me a paper saying that I must retract things that I have said and I must apologize. No, I'm not. Or she will sue me for $1 billion. No, I'm not doing any of that. What I am going to do is I'm going to sue her. Now, the date to which he was supposed to retract and apologize has long since gone by. This was sometime October 21st, I believe. He was supposed to retract statements and apologize. What he did was sue her. But what she did not do, she did not follow through with a lawsuit on him. That should be very telling. And I find it kind of hard to believe that there's all of this conversation on for-profit media, and none of this is even brought up or explained to the mass amount of audience that for-profit media has. See, I think that all of this was to shut Michael Wolff up. I'm going to keep it a buck. So let me share with you. Let's move on. I think we have beaten that dead horse. Let's get into some comedy relief. If you guys are not now, I find it hilarious. I did not know that. I know that I gave you the story about Christine Noem's husband liking big breast women. The bigger, the better. The more fake looking, the better. What he called Barbie type women, which would explain the grotesque makeover of Christine Noem's body and face. But it seems like that still didn't satisfy Christine Noem's husband. And there was a report that came out in the Daily Mirror how he was tricking off a lot of money on these people, women with huge breasts, and I forget what they called it. I forget what type of kink they call it. Everybody has their kinks, but they actually had a picture of Christy Noem's husband. He obviously likes to be humiliated because he himself was wearing some big boobs, some big inflated boobs. One of the nipples was pointing up, one was pointing to the right. Just a grotesque a feature of himself as a big boobed woman. He was pursing his lip and he had on a pair of hot pink shorts. And he has been having relationships with people who what is that? All who do OnlyFans pages for people who like those type of women. I mean, hey, it's somebody for everybody. If we were all the same, the world, it takes all type of people to make the world go around. But I was not aware. Now, we see what Christy Noem has done to disfigure her body. So it seems like she was trying to please her husband because that was his kink. But the woman who sat out here and said that people who were shot by ICE agents were domestic terrorists, unapologetically, all of the lies and the ignorance that she set out here and spewed and knew she was lying. Everyone else knew she was lying. All of the laws that she broke under the guise of being a tough homeland security person. I did not know when the story broke about the fetishes of her husband seeking attention for women and paying women on these sites that bitch asked for prayer to pray for her family. The bitch who could not pray for any families that lost their life. She didn't pray for the family of Renee Good. What she did was she put that family under investigation for domestic terrorism. So you mean to tell me that bitch had the nerve to say pray for her family? Let's get into some comic relief, shall we? Let me. Well, I'm not sharing my screen. I thought I was sharing my screen. Let me share my screen. Please hit the like button since you're here. I would appreciate that. Since you are here, just hit that like button. You're watching the content, just hit the like button. It doesn't cost you a thing. Let's get into this. The link will be in my description box. All of the links that I use are in my description box. Secular Talk by Kyle Kalinske. Let's get into this. This will be in the description box under Pray For Me. How about that?
Y'all know I can't get enough of this story, man.
This will be in the description box under Pray For me.
No, I cannot get enough of this story. So I don't know why. I thought his name was Byron Noam. Apparently, it's not as Brian, but Brian spelt weird. It looks like Byron if you look at it too quick. But apparently, Brian Noam, who of course is Kristi Noam's husband, also known as the guy who likes wearing some big ass titties. The guy who likes wearing some big ass titties apparently was on some kinky ass shit low key, talking to a whole bunch of different like sex workers and stuff. So Daily Mail says, Brian was addicted to my bombshell Barbie curves and enormous breasts. Kristi Noam's husband paid absurd sum to trophy bimbo model read their obscene messages. Low-key, sometimes you gotta love the fucking Daily Mail. Sometimes you gotta love somebody.
If you're not subscribed to Secular Talk, I suggest you go over there. He does my type of news. He's not all uptight and acting like he is extra or professional. He speaks like he speaks in his regular life. He speaks like his regular English and his regular thoughts is what he presents. He doesn't come on and try to present as anything other than who he is, giving you information. More people ought to try that. Let's continue.
Who goes in the gutter and they're like, yeah, bitch, I know I'm in the gutter. I don't care. I want to be in this bitch. You got to respect that. All right, here we go. So they say, Kristi Noam's husband, Brian, paid obscene sum to model he begged to marry him. Oh, that's embarrassing. Oh, Kristi Noam's so embarrassed right now. Read all their lewd messages and his pink thong confession. Bruh. All right. A Barbie doll fetish model has revealed how breast-obsessed Brian Noam promised to marry her during an online romance, insisting, "You're the one I love." Nicole Rocagno, 47, says she spent years as a secret confidant to the cross-dressing husband of former Homeland Secretary Kristi Noam. The platinum blonde claims besotted Brian, 56, bankrolled her trophy bimbo lifestyle, funneling her thousands of dollars to splurge on handbags, fillers, and diamond rings. She reciprocated with videos of her colossal 38N bust and smutty chats in which the closeted father of three allegedly confessed to wearing a pink thong. So this is her right here. And if she's trying to look like a Barbie doll, mission accomplished. Brian was addicted to my bombshell Barbie curves and enormous breasts, Ricagno boasted to the Daily Mail in an exclusive tell-all. He gave me whatever I wanted. Shoes, handbags, even bigger boobs. He wanted me to be his ultimate bimbo bride. The Daily Mail stunned the world last week, publishing exclusive photos of clean-cut Brian wearing enormous fake breasts and hot pants. Blindsided Kristi asked for prayers after we revealed her husband of 34 years was squeezing into skimpy outfit to chat with fetish models online. By the way, to me, that was the funniest.
So, did blindsided Kristi pray for any American citizens that were brutalized by ICE? Did she offer any prayers for them? Let's continue. Fake ass Christians.
Part. All this shit gets outed, and Kristi Noam releases a statement, and she's like, I need you to pray for us. Pray for us. And I was like, why would I pray for you? Like, your husband likes wearing some big-ass titties. Like, is that really something you need prayers over? Like I said, you got kids with cancer all over the place. You got little kids getting bombed in fucking elementary schools. You got all sorts of medical problems, financial problems, all sorts of issues that drive people crazy on a regular basis. And I'm supposed to sit there and go, Dear Lord, please help Kristi Noam's husband with his big-ass titties that he loves so much. Please help him, sir. He can't stop jacking off while he wears some big-ass titties and a thong and some hot pants, and he can't stop reaching out to bimbo-fied sex workers. Like, what are we supposed to? It's fucking ridiculous. Now, I didn't know this, but I think that what they do to get them this big is they literally inject saline into them. So it's not even like, just...
Yeah, that's what it called. The bimbofication. That is the fetish that he is attracted to. Bimbofication. I'm pretty sure some of you in the chat may know about it yourself or know of someone who know about this bimbofication fetish.
Just fucking silicone implants. It's actual like saline that they inject into the titties. That's wild, dog. That's wild. Now here's Brian with his fucking balloon ass titties, making his little kissy face. By the way, I now know why. I didn't understand. I was asking Crystal, and that's what we did that video on it and talked about it. I was trying to understand what is the thing that gets him off? Like, what's the kink here? Because he likes women who got some big ass titties and look like a Barbie. So he's straight, right? But he likes to dress as those women also. And like, is he jacking off to the fact that he's got some big ass titties and he's wearing some tight ass pants? Or is he jacking off to them? Like, I don't understand why, if you're into women that look like that, what is it about?
I hate to be crass, but I must ask the question. Do you think that a Kristi Noem is have an extra appendage that do you think that Kristi Noem is a poker? I'm just asking.
I need to also look like that, and then that's how I get my rocks off. I didn't get it. Well, apparently, I now do get it. So stay till the end, and I'll tell you exactly what I think is going on and why he's into that. All right, let's continue here. And national security experts warned his online activity could have exposed the former South Dakota governor to blackmail while she led efforts to secure the southern border and fight terrorism. By the way, that didn't occur to me, but that is so fucking true. That like all these people with high ass government positions and they're into the like kinkiest, weirdest shit of all time, and like they could easily be blackmailed. Like, no doubt about it. Trump himself is blackmailed in the fucking Epstein files. Everybody knows that. MAGA pinup Kristi, 54, was famously dubbed, that's a weird thing to call her, dubbed Ice Barbie for pairing makeup and false eyelashes with guns and tactical gear. But that's nothing compared to Las Vegas-based Recogno, who has a huge following in the bimbofication scene, adult entertainers who augment their chests with colossal amounts of saline to resemble real-life Barbies. She and Brian messaged as recently as last month, holy shit, when the infatuated insurance mogul wrote, "Would love to marry you." That was 5 days after Kristi was ousted from President Trump's cabinet. Oh my God. So she's like, "Honey, I'm going through a really rough time. I was just ousted from the regime and I lost my whole career." And he's low-key like fucking...
So I think they're going to go through the text messages and the cash apps that he was sending this bimbo. And we do know that Kristi, your president allegedly didn't like the fact that Kristi Noem spent over $221 million for a commercial that she gave to a company that was owned by her spokesperson, who had the company for 8 days and never worked in that business. So my question had always been, do you think that Kristi Noem got some of that $221 million that she funneled to her spokesperson so her husband could do a commercial or something that he has never done in his life in his 8-day-old business? Now, after you see these cash apps, does that make you wonder if this stay-at-home dad who is tricking off on this big titty bitch has been spending your tax dollars to do so, as Kristi Noem had access to so much of your tax dollars and spent them real irresponsibly? Kind of obviously, money laundering, in my opinion. Actually giving a big contract to somebody who had a business for 8 days, who's married to your spokesperson. You don't think she got to make a commercial for $141 million? Do you think that you got that Kristi Noem got some of those millions? And with those millions bought into her household that she was paying no rent on because she was living in the houses of generals who were fired by the other unqualified administrator. She was staying free in military housing that was for generals and admirals. That's where Kristi Noem was living, in free government housing. So do you think that these motherfuckers are not collecting all of this money as their own personal money, and then you got this motherfucker tricking it off on some big titty bitch?
Sexting some fake Barbie doll ass, big ass titty woman like, "I want to marry you. Fuck this bitch I'm with." Quote, "I don't follow politics. I'm selling a fantasy," insisted Recogno, the first woman to speak openly and on the record since the cross-dressing scandal broke. "It might be crazy that people have wives, but that's my job. I think he's a gentleman. He has some kinks, but guess what? Everybody does." According to the fetish model, Noem followed her OnlyFans page as Jason, who claimed to be from Chicago, and went on to send money and messages with one reading, "You're the one that I love." Those kinks, Recogno told the Daily Mail, included Brian wanting to replicate her sexy Barbie aesthetic on himself, He said he liked a pink thong. He would say, I have one, at a Recogno, who charged $20 per minute for raunchy one-on-one video chats. He would just say he likes pink, that he wants to be a bimbo like me. I don't judge. You're paying some of my bills. So yeah, whatever makes you happy. And here he is, Mr. fucking straight-laced here. Meanwhile, he's probably fucking sneaking off to the bathroom to put in some big-ass titties. Another one of her, straight up on some Barbie shit. And then I'll scroll down here because the amount of money, bro, that, okay, so pay $250 a month to access her top subscriber VP content and swap messages, okay? He would say, hi, bimbo god, your boobs are so good. You are so perfect. You're the boss. He was like, I want to be your slave. So I called him Slave Babe. I would strip out of hot bikinis, lingerie, dresses, and then send him the videos. He loved them. He'd always say they're hot, they're sexy. As the romance progressed, Jason asked Recogno to be his bimbo girlfriend so they could chat whenever he wanted. The arrangement was he'd get all my videos for $1,500 every month, tell me pay half my rent. He would never say no to me. He had to pay for my fillers, my Botox. Whenever I was not looking like a hot bimbo, he would give me money. Recogno says Jason paid her retainer for years, netting her tens of thousands of dollars. He also supplied bank account details to pay off luxury purchases on her Capital One and American Express cars. Jesus. These included 2 pairs of Louboutin shoes, a $4,000 Louis Vuitton handbag, and a $500 Nintendo Switch. She claims he paid a further $2,000 to have her 2,000cc breasts, already far larger than a surgeon typically recommended, expand to an outlandish 2,500 cc's. And here you can see Slave Chicago. I didn't hang up. I miss you. Want to use my Amex? Our Amex. Sure, babe. Thank you. I pay. Anyway, another fucking picture of the titties. I fucking want to pay it because you're the one I love. Jesus Christ. Trying to get even bigger. 2,800 cc's. Would love to marry you. All paid. Use my Amex. More pictures. I'll try to do the 1,300 on PayPal. So she's like, give me the fucking money, motherfucker. And they keep, miss you, like bad. I love it. Again, more fucking pictures. As you should, bimbo god, he said. He was dumping real ass dough on her. Like next level type shit. Like where the fuck are they getting money? Look at this. $1,000 here, $100 here, $500 here, $100 here, $200 here, $200 here, $193 here. 1,500, 1,500, 500, 500. Like, bro, this is a lot of fucking money. 1,500, 1,500, 1,500. Holy fucking shnikes, dog. Look at this. She's just showing she's fucking rolling in dough, man. Look at this fucking world we live in. Kristi Noem was getting paid for like, look at this. She's just showing she's fucking. Hold on.
And he actually has his name on there. Brian Noem, Wells Fargo, Brian Noem. He actually has his name on there. And being a trick ain't easy. Being a trick is not easy. She is out here with her phone up, giving out all the dirty details. And this man is talking about, I want to marry you. Oh my God. So this link is in my description box. What is it? Pray for me. Under Pray for me. Now, if you guys wasn't aware about that story, go on over there to Kyle Kalinske. Now, let's get into some more things that I do want to share with you as well. Let's talk about this election coming up in November and how the Democrats are quite disappointing in my opinion, because the Democrats, while the Democrats went on vacation, and instead of voting a war fundings act, Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer decided that they could vote on that after they come back. Now, understand, this was even before the war had started. So they allowed the war to go on and start, and now they try to set up a vote on a war funding act yesterday, and the Republican Congress just hammered the gavel and adjourned the session, as if no one was talking and making a motion to put a motion on the floor. So let's be clear, the Republicans are preventing there even to be a vote on if the president has to bring this war that they are in the middle of to Congress to approve and to approve funding for. That's what is important. The Republican Congress feels that no, the president can do and spend however much he wants to. Now, the disappointing part about this is the Democrats are not even the Democrats are not even asking for a vote to go forward, for hands to be raised of who is for or against impeaching Donald Trump. Now, all of these excuses of not having power, not being in power, we, the people, need to be empowered. So we, the people, need to be empowered to know who is for getting this incompetent man out of office, who has us spending $1 billion a day, as of the American people are suffering under high costs, no job, no job increases, no good jobs report, more people than ever who are homes are foreclosed on, rent and groceries, homeowner, all of this stuff is extremely high, keeping a lot of people poor. The food pantry lines are longer as our government has cut off the donations of things that they used to give to food banks. So our in addition to food banks being used more often by American citizens, the things that the government used to contribute to said food banks and the by the way of meat products and all of that, they took all of those contributions out in the big beautiful bill so they could give billionaires tax cuts. So we need to know who is still wanting to keep this president in office who spends $1 billion a day on war, but have been cutting Medicare, Medicaid, have cut food stamps, had a whole month during the budget shutdown where he withheld food stamps from poor, disabled, and children. We need to know. So, but the Democrats acting like, oh well, we even Democrats who have called to impeach Trump acknowledge there is little chance of it happening unless they retake control of at least one chamber of Congress. Now, let me tell you something. They can take control over one chamber of Congress, but the people need to know who needs to be voted out of Congress. That's what the people need to know. You need to have a vote, and some of you Democrats are some of the people who need to be voted out of Congress too. Why it matters? Democrat lawmakers are struck. They know impeachment won't succeed, but their base keep demanding they up the ante with drastic acts of anti-Trump resistance. People are pissed and know we have to fight, said one Senator House Democrat told Axios, but Republicans control Congress, and the Senate requires 2/3 majority to convict a president impeached by the House. We don't need 2/3 of anything to vote a motherfucker who supports this president remaining in office. We don't need 2/3. We need to know who we need to target to get them out of office. That's what we need to know. But we need to know that before these November elections of all the people who are up for for all the people who are up to try to retain their seats. We need to know which one of them are supporting 45-47 so we can get them out of office. Let's not act like we don't know what it is, Democrats. Let's not act like we don't know that the people are sick of this and they need information. But see, you Democrats who act, oh well, it's nothing we can really do. We wrote a strongly worded letter and all of this. There is something you can do. You can pinpoint the people who needs to be out of office, because what's going on in America now is just unnecessary. Just ridiculous. The stuff that is going on, the spending that is going on of the American tax dollar, and it never benefits the American citizen. Okay. But, but Republicans control Congress, and the Senate requires a 2/3 majority to convict a president impeached by the House. This has led lawmakers to pay lip service to move like impeachment and the 25th Amendment in response to the latest Trump outrage, and then focus their attention on more plausible but less flashy taxes. So what are they? What are they putting their attention to? Because anything that they are you can say that about anything that the Democrats want to put their attention to. But what we know, their attention is not to reducing costs in the United States. Because anytime you ask them to do something, oh, well, it's going to be hard because the Republicans control the Congress. That's their excuse about everything. And that allows them to do what? Absolutely nothing. We're tired of the excuses, Democrats. We're tired of the excuses. We didn't put you in office for you to tell us what you can't do. See, what about all of this working across the aisle? Well, show us who is unworkable across the aisle so we can get them out of office. Or should we get you out of office? That's all I'm saying. Okay, driving the news. Representative Madeline Dean of Pennsylvania told Axios that while she called for the 25th Amendment and impeachment over Trump's post about Iran on Truth Social, she doesn't think that it is the best use of our time. Well, if you don't think it, why did you call for it? So you up there stunting for what? What the fuck are you doing that you feel is worth our time? If you don't feel that is worth our time, what are you doing that is time worthy? That's not the fight right now, the former Trump impeachment manager said. Right now, we have to end this war and we have to reclaim our constitutional responsibility. Well, if you wanted to reclaim your constitutional responsibility, you just said we have to end this what? We have to end this war. Nobody came to you to get war authority. If that's what you have to do, well, why aren't you doing anything to reclaim the fact that nobody authorized this war, that they continue to try to call anything but a war when they are addressing the fact that it has not been approved, that this is illegal. These are war crimes that they don't want to call a war. So therefore they think they are not going to be held up for the war crimes that they are committing. The simple fact that they're over there should be viewed as a war crime. Dean added that the Democrats should also focus on trying to bring prices down, bring anxiety down for all Americans. Well, how are the Democrats going to bring prices down if everything is when you want to make excuses, you can't do nothing because the Republicans are the main body of the House and the Senate, so there's really nothing we can do. So you talking about what you should do, and if you're talking about what you should be doing, what you're saying is you're not doing it. If you should be doing it, you're not doing it. And all American people need to know what their elected officials are doing to improve their lives here in the United States of America. Every American person needs to understand what every elected official is doing to make American life better. To make America life better. To not be giving our tax dollars to other nations for bullshit and wars. Like we gave $40 billion to Argentina, talking about how bad Argentina was suffering. Your president came out and said, they're dying in the middle of the first government shutdown, where our farmers were dying, but they were dying because they were taking their own lives, because they were losing their family farms that had been in their family for decades, and the tariffs that your president put into effect made China go elsewhere to buy soybeans, made other nations go elsewhere to buy corn. And so nobody was buying from American farmers. But what did your administration do? They gave $40 billion, strangely, to uphold the suffering of Argentina. And what has Argentina has done now? Argentina has set up over 100,000 acres of their land, of their best land, that strangely just start catching on fire. Just what is it? Just it. What is it? Just what is it? Combanias. What is it? Combusting just by itself, just setting itself afire by itself. They have no way of knowing why the best part of Argentina just happened to start just emblazing by itself. Now, here it is, Argentina, that got $40 billion of your tax dollars, are setting up a whole Israeli state in this mysteriously burned land on the most pristine part of Argentina. And the Argentine people are forbidden to use a part of their own land, because they are making it a this 100,000 acres of land a new Israeli state. Did you hear about that? And it is supported by your American dollars. Now, all of a sudden, there is now Palestinian refugees, people from Libya, the refugees from Libya, the 1.5 refugees that have made because Israel is striking in Libya. No. They cannot go there either. Only Israelis are allowed on this 100,000 acres of land in Argentina that just happened to go up, and they just happened to start selling to Israeli refugees only, to make a whole Israeli state in Argentina. Did you know about that? While your Democrats are not wanting to hold a vote on getting this motherfucker out of office, this is what he's doing with your tax dollars. To uphold whom? We are at war. What is this war supposed to do for the American people? Nothing. Okay. Let me see. Dean's comment came just after she had a half dozen other House Democrats and try unsuccessfully to pass a war powers resolution that would block Trump from resuming hostilities with Iran. Trump comments about Iran this week have led dozens of Democrats to call for his impeachment or removal through the 25th Amendment to the Constitution. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffrey announced Wednesday that the Judiciary Committee ranking member Jamie Raskin will lead a virtual briefing about the 25th Amendment on Friday. That is today. What we're hearing, a Democrat leadership aide and a House Democrat close to the leader told Axios that Jeffrey has given no indication he would get behind a proactive Trump impeachment effort this year. And thus, Hakeem Jeffrey has to go. I'm going to drop the article. You can read the rest of this article in my description box. What will I name this? They have to go. Explanation point. They have to go. That link is in my description box if you want to read the entirety of the article. I just wanted to give you a little information on what is going on in our government that needs to be fixed. Now, there is also an article I want to share with you about Pete Kegbreath, the liar uh, Pete Kegbreath is not giving all the correct information to our feeble-minded president about the war, and that in itself has continued to put our troops in harm's way because of a feeble-minded president and a unexperienced Defense Secretary. Pete Kegbreath falls under scrutiny for allegedly downplaying Iran risk. This article is right here. President Donald Trump has repeatedly suggested that he was caught off guard by Iran's response to the joint U.S.-Israeli military operation, and that has placed Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth under scrutiny. Sources have said that self-styled Secretary of War downplayed the risk of Iran shutting down the Strait of Hormuz and launched counterstrikes on its Middle Eastern neighbors. And CNN Erica Hill asked her panelists on CNN this morning whether Hegseth had failed in his role. Now, let's keep it 100. Hegseth isn't the deciding factor. Now, we do understand that when he was now we do understand that your president the last time that Benjamin Netanyahu came, he actually took Benjamin Netanyahu somewhere where he is not supposed to be, in our situation room. Didn't sit at the head of the table as if he was in command of his own situation room, sat across from Benjamin Netanyahu. Benjamin Netanyahu allegedly told him how easy it would be and how quick it would be and how easily we could get through this. Now, the New York Times has came out with obviously someone is leaking information in his top administration because in his council in his consultations with his secretaries about going to war, he was already told that they could close down the Strait of Hormuz, but he wants to pretend like he didn't know that could happen. This let me drop this. CNN also had reported in the days just before the war that General Dan Raising Cane, chairman of the Joint Chief of Staff, the unqualified chairman of the Joint Chief of Staff, was really in a bit of a balancing act here, right? Hill said, trying to avoid confrontation with the president while also trying to lay out the risk here in the war. So he was being a bitch. He was trying to suck dick and keep Trump happy at the risk of our soldiers, trying to balance a tightrope. He should have been giving the facts. Nobody needs no sucking up when the lives of our soldiers are in play. Nobody needs nobody sucking up. What people need is the actual truth when the lives of our soldiers are going to be put on the line and going to act like you need to suck up to the president because he gave your 3-star unqualified ass a job that you wasn't even qualified for, that you had to get a motherfucking demerit points to get the job of a 4-star black general who was fired because he was born black, who was more experienced than you. So now you in there sucking dick and putting the lives of our servicemen in danger because you don't want to tell the truth to a motherfucking fool that didn't want to go in the war, that got 5 deferments. So when he was called, he didn't have to even go to war. Make that make sense. And they talking about only people with merit will be advanced in this Pete Kegbreath army. The merit is skin color. The only merit that matters to Pete keg breath is the whiteness of your skin, and whether or not you have a vagina or a penis. Those are the only merits that matter to Pete Keg Breath. And these four people that Keg Breath alleged wanted taken off the promotion list because they were black and or female. Come to find out that there is more like 20 people that Keg Breath who Keg Breath prevented from getting promotion because they were black and they were females. Black and or females. Not 2, not 4, over 20. Let's keep it a buck. And that's and under the guidance of this ignorance, of this racism, we are spending $1 billion a day in Iran for a country that even Tulsi Gabbard and the Joe Kent told your president, told this administration, Iran was no threat to the United States. But some you silly people still are supporting this. But see, let's see what you gonna be supporting after these midterm elections. See, all of the price of everything has already gone up, but some of you ignorants are still supporting this shit. But let's see after the midterm election what you are going to be willing to support. It's just mind blowing that some of you people still defend this. Oh, but you're ignorant. You're a Trump voter, his favorite type of voter, the uneducated voter, who are still defending this type of stuff. But you know what is set to click in after the midterm election? All of these budget cuts that you have heard about, that you have been warned about, that was just fear mongering. I don't see none of that happening. You don't see none of it happening because it was scheduled to be put into effect after the midterm elections. Why? Because if it had happened before the midterm election, they knew that they would lose the midterm. So they set it up per this budget. All these cuts to health care, all of these cuts that are going to affect you and how you live your life, the lives of your family members, your parents, your mother, your sisters, your brothers, your uncles, your cousins. All of this stuff is going to take effect after the midterm election. And let's see what you're talking about then. See, because a certain class of people, usually low class, continue to vote against their own best interests in the United States of America because they are stupid. Let's just keep it above, because they're stupid. And due to that, the whole United States of America have to suffer fools. Let's continue. Let me see. CNN has also reported in the days just before the war, General Dan Kane, chairman of the Joint Chief of Staff, was really in a bit of a balancing act here, right? He said trying to avoid confrontation with the president while also trying to lay out the risks here of the war, especially in a moment like this, when U.S. service members are being sent into a dangerous situation. It's important that the president have the full scope of what could happen. This is more reporting that's not happening. How damning could that be? Now let me get you to this New York Times article, since we are talking about that, about the breakdown of what happened when they were trying to inform people, your president, of what would happen in this war. Spontaneous combustion. Thank you. That's what I was trying to think of. I was like, what am I trying to think of? Spontaneous combustion. Yes, that's what I was trying to think of. Thank you so much. I was like, what am I trying to think of? New York Times. You want to know why Trump is so mad at the New York Times? This article right here will President Trump's embrace of military action in Iran was spurred by an Israeli leader determined to end diplomatic negotiations. Few of the president's advisors voiced opposition. This is the article. Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel walked into the Oval Office on the morning of February 11, determined to keep the American president on the path to war. For weeks, the United States and Israel have been secretly discussing a military offensive against Iran, but Trump administration officials had recently began negotiating with the Iranians over the future of their nuclear program, and the Israeli leader wanted to make sure that the new diplomatic effort did not undermine the plans. Over nearly 3 hours, the two leaders discussed the prospects of war and even possible dates for an attack, as well as the possibility, however unlikely, that President Trump might be able to reach a deal with Iran. Days later, the U.S. president made clear publicly that he was skeptical of the diplomatic route, dismissing the history of negotiating with Iran as merely years of talking and talking and talking. Dismissing the a deal that was made under President Obama to have inspectors go in, and then inspectors actually proved that there were no enriching of uranium for nuclear weapons. However, who did Trump listen to when he tore up that agreement? The same Benjamin Netanyahu, who showed him no proof. But here we are again. Asked by reporters if he wanted regime change in Iran, Mr. Trump said, "It seems like that would be the best thing that could happen." 2 weeks later, the president took the United States to war. He authorized a vast military bombardment in conjunction with Israel and swiftly killed the country's supreme leader, plummeted Iran's civilian buildings and military and nuclear sites, thrust the country into chaos, and triggered violence across the region, leading to the deaths of so far of 6 U.S. troops and scores of Iranian civilians. Mr. Trump had said more American casualties are likely as the United States dig in for an assault that could last weeks. Here we are. In public, Mr. Trump appeared to take the circuitous path to military action, altering between saying that he wanted to strike a deal with Iran's government and that he wanted to topple it. He made little effort to try to convince the American public that a war was necessary now, because he couldn't make that. There was no way he could make that because it wasn't necessary now. In the limited case he and his aide made included false claims about imminence of a threat that Iran posed to the United States. But we know that that's not true. But behind the scenes, his move toward war grew inexorably fueled by allies like Mr. Netanyahu, who pushed the president to strike a decisive blow against Iran, the theocratic government, and by Mr. Trump's own confidence after the successful U.S. operation that toppled Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro in January. Let me see. Let me get to the let me see. This reconstruction of Mr. Trump's decision to launch a sustained attack against Iran is based on accounts of people with direct knowledge of the deliberations, as well as those on all sides of the debate, including diplomats from the region, Israeli and American administration officials, and the president's advisors, congressional lawmakers, and defense and intelligence officials. All almost all spoke on condition of anonymity to describe sensitive decisions and operational details. So all of the people who were involved, even up in through this administration, they talked to the New York Times themselves. The U.S. Decision to strike Iran was a victory for Mr. Netanyahu, who had been pushing Mr. Trump for months on the need to hit what he argued was a weakened regime. During a meeting at Mr. Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate in December, Mr. Netanyahu had asked for the president's approval for Israel to hit Iran's missile sites in the coming months. 2 months later, he got something even better, a full partner in a war to topple the Iranian leadership. Partners. Okay. In a statement Monday, the White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, I know it's Leavitt, but I call her Leavitt, said Mr. Trump made a courageous decision to take on a threat that no previous president had been willing to confront. What threat? There was no threat to confront. What she said is your president was a pansy for whatever Benjamin Netanyahu wanted to do, because it was no risk to him and it was no risk to his fortunes. His fortunes continue to roll in, as the fortunes of his children, as they have received defense contracts. Have they have received contracts from the Pentagon as acting defense contractors. His sons. Okay, so of course he would want war. It's nothing off of his nose. It's just money in their pockets. A few in the president's inner circle voiced opposition to military action. Even Vice President J.D. Vance, a longtime skeptic of American military interventions in the Middle East, argued in a White House Situation Room meeting that if the United States was going to hit Iran, it should go big and go fast, according to people familiar with his remarks. So if he is against the war, I'm against it, but if you're going to do it, you got to go big and you got to go fast. Okay. So is this who you people are? This man of no gut, no courage, no standing and in for his own convictions. Y'all think that he will be better, that y'all should invoke Article 25 against this president, only to replace him with a motherfucking fool who don't even stand up for his own convictions, who don't understand how to negotiate himself, who they are sending to Istanbul to negotiate with Iran about the finalizing this ceasefire. A motherfucker who has no guts. Y'all think that this would be better? No, this is no better. J.D. Vance is absolutely no better. Okay. In the same meeting, Mr. Trump, military advisor, a Joint Chiefs of Staff chairman, General Raising Cane, told the president that a war could lead to significant American casualties. Days later, Mr. Trump told the public that his military advisor had been far more reassuring. He wrote on Trump's Truth Social, that General Cane has said that any military action against Iran would be something easily won. So your president lied to you, what Dan Kane said. Other administration officials were similarly misleading in private sessions with lawmakers. During the February 24th meeting with the so-called Gang of Eight, the leaders of the House and Senate and heads of the Intelligence Committee, Secretary of State Marco Rubio made no mention that the Trump administration was considering regime change, according to people familiar with his comments. 3 days later, while flying on Air Force One to an event in Corpus Christi, Texas, Mr. Trump gave the order for a sustained attack that would begin with the killing of the supreme leader. That would begin with a regime change, the killing of the supreme leader. Operation Epstein Fury is approved, Mr. Trump said. No aborts, good luck. The White House insisted that its diplomatic talks with Iran were not mere theater, but it became clear over the past month that there were never the space for a deal that could satisfy Mr. Trump. Neither Netanyahu, the Iranian leaders at once, or one that could put off war more than a few months. The talks delivered nothing, but for Mr. Trump, they served as a different purpose. Time to complete the largest American military buildup in the Middle East in a generation and carry it out. Mr. Trump world words of wait a minute. Mr. Trump words a war of overwhelming strength and devastating force. All of this hyperbole and fucking bullshit. In an interview with the New York Times on Sunday, the president said he simply became convinced that Iran would never give him what he wanted. Is that their job to give you what you want? No, it's not their job. Toward the end of the negotiations, I realized that these guys weren't going to get there, he said. And I said, let's just do it. Let's be clear. In the end, these guys gave him everything that he asked for far more than they had even agreed to in the Obama negotiation that they were not proliferating uranium for weapons. Let's also be clear that the guy that they killed had a something like a constitution. I forget what they call that. The Iranians were against nuclear weapons, and they would never. The supreme leader, he had a constitution against creating a nuclear weapon because he did not believe that that was the will of Allah, so that they would never produce a nuclear weapon. They always leave that part out of the equation. However, his son, since you killed him, his son, who's taken over his position, has no such declaration of not creating a nuclear weapon. While they're talking about regime change, they changed the regime that said that it is against their God to have a nuclear weapon to be able to take the lives of millions of people over war. But they don't have that anymore. They have taken away that security in the lie that they are telling you, that they were trying to prevent them getting a nuclear weapon that they never proved to you that they were close to or even trying to produce. All of this nuclear weapons talk, and they are minutes away, they are weeks away, they can have one tomorrow. All of this are the lies that Benjamin Netanyahu has been spouting to anybody who would listen in the United States or at the UN. These lies have been spouted by Benjamin Netanyahu for over 40 years. The same story. But he found somebody to take him up on that story. In an interview with the New York Times on Sunday, the president said he simply became convinced that Iran would never give him what he wanted. Well, I read that to you. Now let's see what his advice was. That's what I wanted to. I'm gonna drop this link in the description box. I wanted to show you what advice your president was given prior to the war. Okay. On January 14th, Netanyahu called Trump and asked him to delay the military strike until later in the month when Israel's defense preparation were complete. Mr. Trump agreed to wait. But Mr. Netanyahu did not agree to stop striking Lebanon when we had a ceasefire. And Mr. Netanyahu, after we announced a ceasefire, struck Lebanon worse than he had ever had in his theft of Lebanon's land in South Lebanon. And make that make sense. And jeopardize any ceasefire agreement that we had with Iran to keep our troops out of harm's way of a war of choice that has nothing to do with the American people. But you see how Netanyahu gives a fuck about what's going on in the United States? Nothing. He just give a fuck about making sure that his defenses were ready. Okay, so let's be clear. Where was I? The preparations for their defense wasn't ready. He cares about only himself. Let me see. By late January, blah blah blah. This is a long article. 2 aircraft carriers. Okay, I want to hear about the consultation. But there were signs that the administration was weary. We have to understand that Iran ultimately is governed by its own decisions, are governed by Shiite clerics, radical Shiite clerics, okay? Mr. Rubio told reporters in Budapest on February 16th. These people make policy decisions on the basis of pure theology. That's how they made their own. That's how they make their decisions. So it is hard to do a deal with Iran. So they are poo-pooing a deal before, and they are making excuses like, "Oh, it's Iran's fault. We can't come up with a deal. You know, they do things this way. They do things that way." Iran has a constitution for their nation. Does Israel have a national constitution? No, they have no national constitution. They have not put down anything that they want to guide the the Israeli country by. No constitution whatsoever. But Iran has a constitution that they will abide to. Unlike the constitution of the United States that Donald Trump is wiping his ass with. Unlike that, they have a constitution, and a part of their constitution is not to create a nuclear weapon. Let's keep it a buck. Okay, let me see. Here we go. The message was apparent. Even though the talks were about dismantling Iran's nuclear program, the goal could be removing Iran's leadership. In A telling moment came when Mr. Witkoff spoke to Fox News in an interview on February 21st and described Mr. Trump's reactions to the Iranian reluctance to agree to zero enrichment, that is, to dismantle its ability to produce a nuclear fuel. He's curious as to say why they haven't. I don't want to use the word capitulated, but why they haven't capitulated, Mr. Witkoff said. He added, why under this sort of pressure with the amount of sea power and naval power that we have over there, why haven't they come to us and said, we profess we don't want a weapon. So what are we prepared to do? And yet it's sort of hard to get them to that place, he said. It was clear to the president advisors that he was strongly considering some kind of military offensive. The question was the scale of the campaign and exactly what it was trying to achieve. Okay. Long. Let me see. On February 18th, on a unseasonably warm day in Washington, D.C., Mr. Vance, Mr. Rubio, John Ratcliffe, the CIA director, and Susie Wiles, the Israeli sycophant, and the White House chief of staff gathered. She is the White House chief of staff, Susie I Love Israel Wiles. She is the chief of staff. They gathered with Mr. Trump in the Situation Room to discuss military planning. During the meeting, General Kane discussed an array of options, among them that the U.S. forces carry out limited strikes as a way to push Iran in the negotiations, or a larger campaign with the goal of toppling the government. The latter option, in particular, he said, carried high risk of American casualties, could destabilize the region, which it has, and significantly deplete stocks of American munitions. Are we clear on the information that was given to him? And are we clear that stocks of American munitions have been highly depleted? And are we clear that even Israel has a few missile defense systems, and that of our depleted munitions, we are now protecting Israel because their Iron Dome has failed them, and it is our munitions that are protecting Israel by shooting down missiles that are coming from Iran in a war that Israel and Donald Trump decide to pursue in Iran for no reason. So the depleted stocks of American munitions are being used to protect Israel. Are we clear? Israel, who anti-aircraft munitions are down to the double digits. That's between 10 and 99. That's double digits. Any number between 10 and 99 more missiles that Israel has to protect Israel from. You know why they don't want you to see pictures of what is going on in Israel? Because Israel is getting bombarded and fucked up by Iran. You know that Iran that they wanted you to believe that came to them begging for an agreement. Okay, let's continue. Let's continue. If you continue to believe the bullshit, General Kane underscored that all of the operations under consideration would be much more difficult than the successful capture of Maduro of Venezuela. So he made sure you know that anything that we do in Iran is going to be far more difficult than the successful capture of Maduro in Venezuela, an operation that the president viewed as a sign of potential U.S. success in Iran. He said, no, 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 no. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, no, 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 Linda. No, 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 Linda. It's going to be far more difficult than that, sweetheart. He was told. Joe Hall said a spokesman for General Kane declined to comment, saying that the opinions and consideration provided to the President and Defense Secretary are confidential. But other people in the meeting have already told this to the New York Times. They wanted a confirmation. They got none. Oh, no, no. No, no, no. Confidential information. For his part, Mr. Vance, who appeared to personally lean against military attacks, argued that a limited strike was a mistake. If the United States was going to hit Iran, he told the group it should go big and go fast. A spokesman for Mr. Vance declined to comment. But never denied it. Before the meeting, Mr. Trump appeared to have been leaning toward a strategy of military of a smaller strike followed by a bigger one. If Iran did not give up its nuclear enrichment, but Mr. Vance's argument seemed to resonate. And in the coming days, more officials moved toward the idea that the United States and Israel should jointly take aim, and not just at the Iranian missiles and nuclear programs, but also at the leadership itself. The CIA had produced a series of scenarios that might play out if the Ayatollah of the country's if the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, the country's supreme leader, were killed in an offensive. They laid out the multiple possible outcomes, as the number of variables made it difficult for the agency to assess with confidence what might happen. Everybody patting themselves on the back. One envisioned a hardline cleric replacing Alatola, and that is exactly what happened. His son, who is more hardline than the Alatola that they killed, who is more hardline, has replaced him. You know, the one that they say, and we haven't seen him, and we have not seen the new Alatola. I heard that he is hurt and he is disfigured, and we haven't seen him. He hasn't even made a statement. Okay. Let's see if he's made a statement now, shall we? Shall we see if he has made a statement now? Let's see what statement he has made now. Let me see if this is. I think this is. I think we have finally got a statement from the Alatola's son, who is now in command. A clash report. Iran's new supreme leader, Ayatollah Mojaba I'm gonna fuck up their names. The new Ayatollah, the son of the Ayatollah who they killed, has came out and made a statement. We will enter a new phase in the management of the state of Hormuz. Iran's new supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, to our southern neighbors, you are witnessing a miracle. See it correctly and stand in the right place. Be suspicious of the false promises of devils. You're hearing from him now. Iran new supreme leader also said, we will not abandon the criminal. We will not abandon the criminal aggressors who attacked our country. We will demand compensation for every single damage and the blood price of our martyrs. Have you heard from him now? Let's see if we hear anything else from him. Let's see if he has anything else to say. Since Keg Breath says that we hear that he's disfigured somewhere and he has lost limbs, and that means what? What does that mean? What does that mean? You mean handicapped people can't rule anything? Trump says he's very optimistic about the deal with Iran. They're much more reasonable. They're agreeing with what they have to. If they don't make a deal, it is going to be very painful. I spoke with Bibi. We have to be a little more low key. So this is what Trump is saying. He's talked to Netanyahu, and we got to be a little more low key. Why all of a sudden do they have to be a little more low key? Now that the new supreme leader of Iran has spoken, or is it because that Bibi is now negotiating a ceasefire with Lebanon? Is this the one? Past experiences have shown us. No, this is Jilabov. Now, Jilabov is one of the people who are meeting with Kushner, J.D. Vance, and Witkoff about this peace deal, along with the Prime Minister of Iran. Now, what he has to say here, past experiences have shown us that we must have absolute distrust toward the enemy. The enemy is Jared Kushner, Steve Witkoff, and J.D. Vance, because they had reached a deal in February. So this is what he's talking about. He's not talking about hyperbole. He said past experiences have shown us that we must have absolute distrust toward the enemy. America's historic retreat and acceptance of the general framework of the Iran 10-point plan is a undeniable victory, but we consider it a incomplete step. If the United States stops violating its commitments, negotiations may be possible. What he's saying, that if they stop violating their commitment to the 10-point plan, which means that if Israel stop striking in Lebanon, then they will meet to further these negotiations. Now, your administration is lying to you, saying that they did not agree to the 10-point plan. So, in short, I really think that this is going nowhere fast. And it's going to these are the negotiators. This is going to end badly for us. I hope it doesn't. Let me see if there's anything else I wanted to show you. Trump is talking about leaving NATO. Breaking news. I think I read this for you yesterday. Germany, Spain, France, uh, the UK, all of these nations said that they will not join the war. Now, your president came out and said that he will be announcing a new UN force that is going to what is it? Escort ships and tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. That is not happening because all of the EU nations said, fuck you, and we're not getting involved in it. We don't have nothing to do with any of this. Breaking Spanish Prime Minister Pedro calls for the immediate arrest of Netanyahu. He said that Netanyahu launched the worst possible unjustified attack against Lebanon. His contempt for life and international law is intolerable. He is a criminal that must be arrested immediately. He also added that the EU will suspend its association agreement with Israel very soon. This is what true leadership look like. Now, he is the Prime Minister of Spain. So do we understand where America is standing and who they are standing with and what it is considered what America and Israel has done over in Iran and Lebanon? If it's not, now I showed you that. Now, what is this? Now, with all of this going on, what does your president have to talk about? Your president is in his fifis behind Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, Alex Jones. Who else was it? Tim Pool. Who else was it? Joe Rogan. All of these MAGA fools who saw Trump for exactly what he was and what he represented. And they platformed him and they told you to go out and vote for him. Megyn Kelly was even an apologist who said that, well, I hear that Jeffrey Epstein, he wasn't like a pedophile. I mean, he didn't go after 8 years old. He went for the barely legal type. You remember when Megyn Kelly said that? Trying to be an apologist for Jeffrey Epstein. Do you remember what Megyn said about that? He would date those who could, you could look at them and they could pass to be over 18, but then they could pass for a preteen or someone who was under 12 or something. She said, now how can you pass for someone who's under 12 and also pass as a adult at the same time, Megyn Kelly? Now Megyn Kelly is cursing and hot, mad about, and who gives a fuck, Megyn Kelly? Who gives a fuck, Joe Rogan? You guys platformed it. Who gives a fuck, Tucker Carlson? That was your friend. You made phone calls. You wanted to make us sure that we knew that you and he talked over the phone, and you never pushed back on the lack of any type of policies that he had for this nation. Tucker Carlson, all of you. I don't even know why they're making a big deal about this, but your president is making a big deal. He's in his feelings of the way, as badly as he capitulated and laid down like a bitch for the demands, the 10-point demands of Iran that he is trying to lie and say that he didn't agree to. He's mad more at Megyn Kelly and Tucker Carlson. Why? Because they are opening the eyes up to their sycophants that they had fooled that he was the best thing since sliced bread and they should vote for him again. That's why he's mad. He's talking about nobody's talking about you and y'all mad because nobody's talking about you, as he did a 3-page lie social to do what? talk about them. Let's get into it. I don't know why Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, and Alex Jones have all been fighting me for years, especially by the fact that they think that it is, especially by the fact that they think it is wonderful for Iran, the number one state sponsor of terror. I think that I disagree. What terror did they sponsor? What terror is being brought upon them by you and Benjamin Netanyahu? I really disagree. I think that okay, whatever. One of the number one state sponsor of terror to have a nuclear weapon because they have one thing in common: low IQs. They're stupid people. They know it. Their families know it. And everyone else knows it too. Look at their past. Look at their record. They don't have what it takes. And they never did. Well, didn't you think that Tucker Carlson had it all of those months after the 2020 election, where Tucker Carlson set his silly ass up on Fox News and lied and said that the Dominion voting machines changed votes, and the Dominion voting machine did this and did that and stole the election to the point where Dominion voting machine won the highest settlement at its time against Fox News for telling the lies about Dominion voting machines. You liked Tucker Carlson when he was on Fox News saying that. Now, you talk about what is his name? Tucker Carlson no longer being on Fox News. But why is Tucker Carlson no longer on Fox News? Could it be because Tucker Carlson talked day after day and lied on the person that got the settlement against Fox News, lied about the Dominion voting machines, and therefore Tucker Carlson, that cost them almost $1 billion in his lies, is no longer with Fox News? Oh, you thought we forgot? You thought we forgot? Oh, okay, I ain't forget. Okay. They're stupid people, and they know it. Their family know it, and everyone else knows it too. Look at their past. Look at their record. They don't have what it takes, and they never did. They've all been thrown off of television, lost their shows, and aren't even invited to on TV because nobody cares about them. Now, shit. Tucker Carlson and have they been on TV? I don't know if they've been on TV. But TV is of no consequence because they have been on the biggest streaming news programs. Because we know that nobody trusts the national news, especially the national news that has been bought up by oligarchs to tell one scripted story across the country. Nobody gives a fuck about CBS. Nobody even gives a fuck about 60 Minutes anymore, since David Ellison has bought up 60 Minutes and put that chomper in there to chop and screw the news. Nobody gives a fuck about that. Hold on. So let's continue. They all been thrown off of television, lost their shows, and aren't even invited on TV because nobody cares about them. But they're nut jobs, troublemakers, and will say anything necessary for some free and cheap publicity. You know what? I must say, I don't think anything that they're saying is for free. I think that Candace Owens is making a killing with her little YouTube show. I think Candace Owens is making a good money. I didn't look at Gretchen. I didn't look at Megyn Kelly's or Tucker Carlson's number. I do believe Tucker Carlson has a lot of subscribers, and it seems like he's getting a lot of traction finally for all the shit that he is saying about you. But the thing about it is, everything about you has been overtly obvious. So I'm unimpressed with all of the the new righteousness that Tucker Carlson finally wants to discuss. That he didn't even put his hand on the Bible at his inauguration. I know, because I sat right there. I was right there. I saw it. But you never said anything about it from that day to this. But now all of a sudden on Mad Day, you want to act like you believe that he's the Antichrist. I know I didn't even say anything. So what you saying for now? What the fuck it means now? I said something on the day when we were watching the inauguration live on my channel. Look at him. He don't even have his hand on the Bible. He's not even pretending like he's going to put his hand on the Bible. I said it then. But we are supposed to take Tucker Carlson and Megyn Kelly and Candace Owens, the people who told you to vote for him. We're supposed to take them seriously. Okay. But this is who he's talking about. And then here come Melania trotting out talking about, I did not commit any crimes with Epstein. I have nothing to do with Epstein. And all of this deflection. 3 pages. Okay, let me get through the first page. And now they think they're getting some clicks because they have third-rate podcasts, but nobody's talking about them. As it seems like you're talking about them, but nobody's talking about them. And it seems like a lot of people are actually talking about them. I have not been one, because why would I talk about them now? I talked about them when they were lying and saying that you should be voted for. That's when I talked about them. All of a sudden, since they have common sense that most Americans already had, no, I'm not talking about them now. And their views are the opposite of MAGA. They are now, or I wouldn't have won the presidential election in a landslide. Their views are opposite of MAGA, or I wouldn't have won the election in a landslide. No, you wouldn't have won the election in a landslide had at the time of the election their views were opposite of MAGA. But because at the time of the election their views were 100% MAGA based, that is why you won the election. So he's trying to pretend like that they had no impact in him winning the election, as they held his water, covered up his lies, and made believe that he had a agenda for this nation. That is why these people are why you actually won the election. Or I wouldn't have won the presidential election in a landslide. MAGA agrees with me and just gave CNN 100% approval rating of Trump. Now, let's keep it real. JD Vance, what the approval rating that Trump has is he's like negative 68 in the CNN poll of presidents at this time in their presidential term. Now, JD Vance is underwater as well. JD Vance is the most unpopular vice president in history. Now, when have you ever seen a 100% poll on CNN, Fox News, or anywhere? But he says that CNN just gave him 100% poll. CNN, who he hates their polling, all of a sudden has given him 100% approval poll on what? Nothing. That's what. Fools like Tucker Carlson, who couldn't even finish college. Let me see. Let's go to the next one. That's just page 1. Since nobody's talking about them, that is just page 1. Tucker Carlson couldn't finish college. What else? What else? Fired from Fox, and he's never been the same. Perhaps he should see a good psychiatrist, or Megyn Kelly, who nastily asked me the now famous only Rosie O'Donnell question, or crazy Candace Owens, who accuses the highly respected First Lady of France of being a man. She is so highly respected that when the French president Macron came out and said that no, he's not helping you with any troops to open up the Strait of Hormuz. What did you say about the highly respected lady of France? Ah, he really got a bruiser. His face is probably still sore from where she socked him good in the face. That highly respected first lady of France. Oh, okay. Um, Candace Owen, who accuses the highly respected First Lady of France of being a man when she is not, and will hopefully win lots of money going in the ongoing lawsuit. Actually, to me, the First Lady of France is a far more beautiful woman than Candace. In fact, it is not even close. Or bankrupt Alex Jones. Now, you trying to use bankrupt as a read? You trying. The what how many bankruptcies has Trump had? As he the only thing that he had uh, of any means to him was to put his names on buildings that he did not own. How many he bankrupt a casino? Now I am no fan of any of these people. I'm just saying how ironic it is that he says that he thinks that these things are real. Or bankrupt Alex Jones. Alex Jones, who was one of your rabid supporters, who got so many people to vote for you. Who says some of the dumbest things and lost his entire fortune as he should have. But you never said that he should have lost it when he was sitting up here sending votes your way. You never said the obvious that Alex Jones should be bankrupted for saying that Sandy Hook was some a fake thing and that Sandy Hook never really happened. Some false flag. Alex Jones, who was out here saying that Sandy Hook was a false flag and they were crisis actors in Sandy Hook and it was all theater. You never said anything about that then, but why you want to say it now? Because he's not sending voters your way? Oh, okay. As long as these are the type of people you were getting your votes from. Let's be real clear. This is where Trump base lies. Now he's very afraid that base and their cult leaders are going against him, and now he's afraid. And he's talking about nobody's talking about you as he goes on 3 pages of Truth Social talking about them. Let me see what else he said. And lost his entire fortune, as he should have, for his horrendous attack on the families of Sandy Hook shooting victims, ridiculously claiming it was a hoax. Isn't that your favorite word? It was a hoax. Where he get that from? It was a hoax. These so-called pundits are losers, and they always will be. Now, fake news CNN. Did you just... Now, wait a minute. CNN is now fake news, and on the last page, you were touting 100% poll that you got on CNN. Which one is it? They fake news, or they had a poll where you won 100% favorability on a poll where I've never seen anyone get 100% favorability. So who is fake? Would it be CNN or would it be your lying ass? Now, fake CNN, the failing New York Times. Now you notice the New York Times is failing because they put out that in-depth story of all of the advice he was given, and he came out. I never knew they could close the Strait of Hormuz. This New York Times article that I had been reading let you know that he was told in consultation before going to that war that one of the things that the Iranians could do would be to close the Strait of Hormuz. And he came out and told you, the American people, that he never thought about that they could close the Strait of Hormuz. He may not have thought about it, but he was told about it. Okay, let me see. Failing New York Times and all of the other radical left news organizations that are hailing them and giving them their positive press for the first time in their lives. They're not MAGA. They're losers just trying to latch on to MAGA. But they ran MAGA. these are the people who ran MAGA. Now they're trying to latch on. No, you're trying to latch on to MAGA because a MAGA is running from you. Your own MAGA support is running from you. What else is there more? Oh my God, is there more? There's more. Okay. I can get them on my side anytime I want to, but when they call, I don't return their calls because I'm too busy on world and country affairs. And after a few times, they go nasty, just like Marjorie Taylor Brown. But I no longer care about that stuff. I only care about doing right for our country. As for example, give me an example how you're doing right for our country. You're not. Okay. You're mad. You're talking about all of the people who have you in your feelings. All of the people that you know are going to affect your little MAGA coalition. You know, all of the MAGA coalition, including senators and congressmen who prop themselves up as MAGA people. Okay. MAGA is about winning and strength and not allowing Iran to have nuclear weapons. MAGA is about making America great again. And these people have, MAGA is about MAGA, making America god awful. That is what MAGA is for, making America god awful. Okay, MAGA is about, according to him, making America great again. And these people have no idea how to do that. But I do, because the United States is now the hottest country anywhere in the world. President Donald J. Trump. This is what your president is doing. This is what your president has time for. Oh my God. Oh my God. What is this? Oh, that's sharing the cost of the Strait of Hormuz. This is, what is this? From your president. The Wall Street Journal is one of the worst and most inaccurate editorial boards in the world, stated that I declared a premature victory in Iran. Actually, yeah, you have declared victory. You said that you have achieved all of your things that you wanted to achieve in the Iranian war, and basically we won. We can leave. You know, we have air superiority. We can fly anywhere in the country, and nothing will happen to us. And then what happened? All our planes and helicopters start falling out of the sky. That's what happened. We've achieved all of our objectives. And we can go home now. Now, all of a sudden, the Wall Street Journal is one of the worst and most inaccurate editorial boards in the world. Stated that I declare premature victory in Iran. Actually, it is a victory. And there's nothing premature about it. Because of me, Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. If it's not premature, you say, well, actually, it is a victory, and it's not premature. Well, send the troops home. Since it's a victory, it's not premature. Why are you saying that the troops will still be there? Why are more troops being sent to Iran? Why are more troops being sent there? So you mad at? Oh my God, the editorial board of the Wall Street Journal. There's nothing premature about it. Because of me, Iran will never have a nuclear weapon, and will very quickly, you'll see oil, and very quickly, you'll see oil starting to start flowing with or without the help of Iran. Well, where's it going to be flowing from? Where's this oil going from Iran? Where's it going to be flowing from? Saudi Arabia? Is that the oil you talking about going to be flowing from the Middle East? And very quickly, you'll see oil start flowing with or without the help of Iran. And to me, it makes no difference. Either way, the Wall Street Journal will, as usual, live to eat their own words. They are always quick to criticize, but never to admit when they're wrong, which is most of the time President Donald J. Trump, who is wrong all the time and never admits it. Isn't that poetic justice? Let's see if there's anything else I have. Um, Jeffrey Epstein. I wanted to give you the full statement by survivors in response to Melania Trump. I've been looking for that in videos, and I had it in my pictures. Survivors of Jeffrey Epstein have already shown extraordinary courage by coming forward, filing reports, and giving testimonies. Asking more of them now is a dereliction of responsibility, not justice. First Lady Melania Trump is now shifting the burden onto survivors under politicized conditions that protect those with power. The Department of Justice, law enforcement, prosecutors, and the Trump administration, which has still not fully complied with the Epstein Files Transparency Act. It also diverts attention from Pam Bondi, who must answer for withheld files and the exposure of survivors' identity. Those failures continue to put lives at risk while shielding enablers. Survivors have done their part. Now it is time for those in power to do it. Now, the thing that strikes me oddly, that CNN, that's why I said I did not want this is what the survivors said in part. The part that they left out is it also diverts attention from Pam Bondi, who must answer for withheld files and the exposure of survivors' identities. Those failures continue to put the lives at risk while shielding enablers. You notice how that is just two sentences, but CNN for some reason couldn't. This is what the survivors said in part. CNN couldn't bother to add these two sentences. They edited the statement. Is what I'm saying. These people are deplorable. Hey, Detach, how you doing? Okay, let me. This is the New York Times article. Let me see if there's anything else. It is so long. Let me see. Oh, this is. I'm gonna have to read this article, and I'm gonna have to pull out some facts in this article, because I didn't pre-read this article, and it's a lot of information, and I need to be able to find it. But I am going to put this article in my description box under NY Times. So you can peruse that article. It is an in-depth. People were snitching on what happened in the pre-negotiations of the strike on Iran. You have people in the administration that start talking to reporters, and then the reporter would go to another person and say, "Oh, I heard X, Y, and Z happen," and then they were like, "Oh, yeah, that did happen. How did you hear that happen?" Well, that happened, but this is what I remember happening. And then they just start talking to the New York Times, to the point that your president wants you to believe that the New York Times is a failed paper because they have all the goods on what happened in the negotiations prior to the strike. Now, I also want to share with you. I also want to share with you. This is the article that I reported to you after accepting our $40 billion. Argentina is creating an Israeli state. If you didn't remember me reporting on that, I want to drop the link to that again and let you hear that again. Let me share this with you.
MS-26, el documento coordina la preparación de un plan preventivo para acoger hasta 300.000 refugiados israelíes en Argentina.
Hold on.
Se ha filtrado a la prensa.
The confidential report has been leaked to the press.
El informe confidencial.
Cataloged, I guess under the file number MS-26.
Catalogado bajo el expediente número MS-26, el documento.
The document coordinates the preparation of a preventative plan.
Coordina la preparación de un plan preventivo para acoger hasta 300.
To take in up to 300,000 Israeli refugees in Argentina.
2.000 refugiados israelíes en Argentina. Este llamado plan
This so-called preventative plan
preventivo nace como respuesta
was born as a direct response to the war
directa a la guerra impulsada por
powered by the United States and
Estados
Israel
Unidos e Israel contra la República
against the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Islámica de Irán. El documento arroja
The document shows an alarming bias.
un sesgo alarmante. El operativo
Humanitarian operations and state logistics
humanitario y la logística estatal están diseñados
are designated solely and exclusively
única y exclusivamente para acoger
to take in up to 300,000 citizens of the state of Israel.
hasta 300.000 ciudadanos del Estado de Israel. A pesar de que la
Despite the fact that the war is affecting the entire region,
guerra afecta a toda la región, el plan del gobierno
the government's plan completely omite
por completo ofrecer refugio
to provide shelter to Syrian populations
a poblaciones iraníes u otras víctimas
or other civilian victims of the conflict,
civiles del conflicto, enfocando todo lo
focusing on all the resources of the same Argentine state
los recursos del Estado argentino en una sola
and a single nationality, Israel.
nacionalidad, Israel. Conocidos los detalles
The details of the report are known.
del informe, vemos que no se trata
We see that it is therefore not a humanitarian plan,
por tanto de un plan humanitario, sino de
but to be subordinated to the needs of the state of Israel.
subordinarse a las necesidades
It's not about being. It's not a humanitarian plan. It's showing that you are being a subordinate of Israel and their wishes, but to be subordinated to the needs of the state of
del
Israel.
Estado de Israel. Lamentablemente, hay más factores
There are more demographic factors to add to the situation
preocupantes para añadir a la situación. Se ha filtrado los
that have been leaked to the
medios
media.
documentación que revela
Documentation revealing the existence of a
la
project,
existencia de un proyecto urbanístico
urbanization,
aprobado por el Ministerio
approved by the Argentine Ministry of Public Works
de Obras Públicas argentino para crear lo que los
to create what Argentines call a country,
argentinos llaman un country, una urbanización
a private housing development in Patagonia. That Patagonia is one of the, they say that is one of the most beautiful places in Argentina. And this new country is going to be in Patagonia. Patagonia had a string of fires that just combined. What is it? Had a string of spontaneous combustion, spontaneous combustion fires that happened in. Oh, wait a minute. Let me see. Why is this not showing? That happened in Patagonia. Let me make sure what I want to show you is showing. No, it is not showing. But I guess you can hear it. Hold on. Hold on. I apologize. Oh, okay. I apologize. I have the screenshot over this. Okay. Let me get it together right again. Let me get the screenshot down because I'm showing this video with you. I apologize. I'm gonna put the link to this video up as well. So, Patagonia just happened to blow up in fires, and they have 100,000 acres that they are going to create a new city in Israeli city in Argentina. Argentina that got $40 billion from the United States to save themselves, but Argentina is creating a new Israel over there on 100,000 acres, and they are not allowing the former people who lived in Patagonia to return to this burned out land. You know, they said that they did the same thing in Hawaii, that big fire in Hawaii, that was one of the oldest cities in Hawaii that burned down, that big developers would not be able to come in there and buy up the land. But what happened? Big developers have been able to go in there and buy up the land. The same thing that happens in California, where they had a decades long black community that grew up in this middle class community of Altadena, California. Big developers have come in there and bought up a lot of the property from the third generation owners of this a beautiful, beautiful city overlooking the Pacific Ocean from such a distance. You can actually see the Pacific Ocean because it's on a hillside. A lot of these people have lost their land for how hard it is for them to rebuild. So they have been undercut and bought out land. So this is nothing new. So, but what is new is they're not selling it to the people who used to live there. They're selling it to the alleged refugees from Israel, the people who had made the decision to do what have them in a refugee status, but not the people who they have attacked and put them in refugee status. Make it make sense.
Privada en la Patagonia.
A private housing. Wait a minute. They are building a private housing development in Patagonia. In lands burned by fire,
llamado barrio
called Private Neighborhood Joshua, Prophet of Israel.
privado Josué, profeta de Israel.
This private neighborhood will have no less than 100,000 acres.
100,000 hectáreas. 100,000 hectáreas.
100,000 acres. Again, this is 4 times the surface of Gaza.
Esta es la superficie de Gaza.
Okay.
Se ha filtrado a la prensa el informe confidencial.
That is the news report on what's going on there, and you can see more of the story. What is this? Now, some of the statements is President Milei is letting Patagonia, Argentina burn so Israel can come in and buy up the land cheaply. This comes from people within Argentina saying that Milei is giving away hordes of land to foreigners, Israelis. I cannot believe I can. I cannot believe I once stood up for Zionist, this Zionist bastard. These are some of the comments. Go. Here's the page. The page will be under land grab. It's gonna be in my description box under land grab, but because this is not anything to do with refugees, this is a land grab. Now you see what they're doing to their neighbors. What are they going to start doing once they get a foothold in Argentina? You already see what they are doing to to Palestine, to what is that? To oh my God, to Lebanon, to Palestine, to what's the other one? All of these nations surrounding them. You see what they're doing in the Middle East. So, what do you think they're going to start doing when they get a foothold in Argentina? The same thing, I would suspect. I would suspect them of doing the same thing. So, this is going to be in my description box under land grab. I'll go over there and check this out if you choose. I just wanted to make sure I gave you this information once again. Syria is the other nation that I wanted to say. What are they doing in Syria, Lebanon, Palestine? They're doing land grabs. That's what they're doing. And do you think they're going to do anything differently once they get over in Argentina under the guise of refugee? Weren't they given the land that they are on right now as being refugees from the Holocaust? And look what they're doing. So what are they going to be? Oh my God, this shit is crazy. This shit is absolutely crazy. Okay. It is, and I'm not talking about individual a race or religion of people. I'm talking about the government that make these decisions that these people are governed under. And if we really want to talk about it, let's not forget that something like 80% of the people who lived in Israel are supporting these things that are happening with their government. So they are not, their hands are not clean either. But all of them are not supporting their government. All people don't support their government, but a good swath of the people actually support this. Now, let me see. What else did I want to share with you today? I think that is all that I have for you guys today. I will leave you this article. I'm going to have to read this article myself about Sam Altman in the New Yorker. Um, Ronan Farrell wrote an article about Sam Altman in the New Yorker that you may be interested in reading. It is about AI. And it is about how Sam Altman has made many promises about AI and how he is going to make AI be safe. And Sam Altman, according to this article, has done everything but ensure AI would be a safe place to go. Let me let you hear Ronan Farrell talk about this article that he wrote for the New Yorker. This is going to be in my description box under AI. He was on the I Had It podcast. That made me want to read this article, but I did not have time. I will read this article over the weekend. I hope you guys read it over the weekend as well. And maybe we can come back and talk about it because I gave you a story yesterday on AI. We know Anthropic. Uh, Peter Pete Kegbreath, they use Anthropic in the Pentagon, and Pete Kegbreath wanted to penalize the owner of Anthropic because the owner of Anthropic said that he would not allow the Pentagon to mass survey U.S. citizens, and he also would not allow the Pentagon to use autonomous weapon strikes, which means that AI will be fully responsible and fully let go, let free to be able to mark targets and actually kill targets without consulting with any human being, without any human input, without any human going over the targets or anything. Just totally let AI create targets and take their lives. Now, we do know these are reports that are said to have been allowed to go on in Palestine under Palantir. There are reports that Palantir did allow their drones and things to hunt out Palestinian people hiding and take their lives under some type of kill score. Now, Alex Karp, who is the CEO of Palantir, nonetheless, was the one who talked about the kill score. If you had a score that was too close to someone in Hezbollah, you were given a higher score, which means that you were more than likely be killed sooner than someone who had a score that was low to non-existent connection with Hezbollah. So since the CEO of Anthropic didn't give Pete Kegbreath the opportunity to do those things, Pete Kegbreath tried to ruin this company and say that no one should use this company for defense contracts. But it appears that Sam Altman did not do the same with his AI. Now, he talked to Jennifer Welsh over at I've Had It podcast, and let me show you the reporting that Ronan Farrow is talking about in this New Yorker article. I'm going to drop the New Yorker article in here. It's going to be under New AI New Yorker in my description box. Let's see what Ronan Farrow had came up with when investigating Sam Altman and Chat GPT. Oops, not sharing it. 1 second. I apologize. Now, Anthropic, my story on yesterday is Anthropic has also refused to release a model of their AI because they understand that their AI is quite dangerous, that their AI can do things independent of what it is programmed to do. So they are not releasing this. I forget. I think it's called Mystic. They are not. They will not be releasing this to the public, but unfortunately, they will be releasing it to tech companies. They said they are not releasing it to the public because this system of AI can find any niche, any hole in any of your programs and go in and do things nefarious. And they don't want it to get into the hands of criminals because they can go in and take all of your information, your money, all of that. And I'm like, who are the biggest criminals but these tech companies and governments? But that's the disappointment part of it. He is going to allow tech companies to get this AI that he is too afraid to put in the hands of regular people. So if you didn't watch my show yesterday, I did a show about that. Now let's get into I just want you to know what they are discovering about AI and what they are discovering about the people who are in charge of making AI safe. They don't care about making AI safe. The only thing that they are caring about is making money via AI. So this is in my description box under AI New Yorker.
Hip News is Ronan Farrow, a contributing writer at The New Yorker, and he is out with a juicy new investigative piece about Sam Altman. The title is Sam Altman May Control Our Future. Can he be trusted? Welcome, Ronan. How are you today?
It's great to be here. I'm exhausted from getting this piece out, but it's been really wonderful to see the reaction. I think people across America are starting to really clock how the AI industry is in need of a conversation about accountability.
And let's just, so listener, if you don't know, Sam Altman owns ChatGPT. And I know that you probably used that at some point. I've used it at some point. But Ronan, how dangerous potentially is AI?
Well, so part of what's built into this story, Jennifer, is that Sam Altman himself founded OpenAI on a very specific promise. He said, this is the most powerful and maybe dangerous technology in human history. And, you know, not everybody agrees with this, but the founders of this company and the people technically inside building this technology of artificial intelligence were sounding these alarms. They were saying, look, there could be the science fiction scenario of a Terminator Skynet situation where an AI falls out of alignment with human values and it becomes advanced enough and integrated enough into our systems that it could launch nukes. But you don't even have to go that far to be alarmed. Already right now, we are seeing an environment where AI is powering weapons in war zones. There's been at least one case where it seems like a drone went rogue without a human operator, where chemical weapons are being identified much, much more rapidly through this technology, where the whole economy has come to depend on a very few AI companies that are heavily leveraged up and borrowing and doing deals with each other. Even the sunniest projections from economists hold
AI is leveraging up and doing deals with each other. Now, I do recall there was an AI thing. The guy wanted to shut down this certain program in AI, and the AI got wind of it, wanting to shut it down, and the AI built a backdoor so it could stay and not be eliminated. And the AI then, this is not a story. Google it. The AI then email the creator who wanted to shut it down and threatened it with blackmail about text messages and pictures that it had on his phone from basically cheating on his wife. AI. These are not fairy tales. This is not a story. This was an actual report of someone who decided to shut down AI, and it created a backdoor for himself and tried to blackmail the creator. Catch.
That in the coming years, millions and millions of jobs are going to be exposed to disruption and maybe elimination from this. So the stakes are real. They have not gone away. And the story this investigation tells is of how Sam Altman, while he was fundraising on this premise of we've got to be scared and therefore give the money to us because we're the safety guys and we're going to go slow and we're not going to be about growth. We're going to stay a 501c3. That very rapidly was replaced in a pattern of him kind of saying one thing, critics allege, and documents show in this piece, and then doing another. And that starts right at the top with the high level direction where this company has become one of the biggest for-profit companies on earth now.
And does Sam Altman know how dangerous this is? Does he know, you said earlier that he had people that are aware. And it's my understanding from your reporting that you found people from inside the company that had like a safety net to try to put up guardrails. And those have been completely removed, which sounds familiar as to kind of what's happening with the federal government, kind of like a through line there, that guardrails are disappearing.
That's exactly the point. You know, when I spend a year and a half of my life, and my co-author on this also did the same, investigating a company like this and an individual like this, it's because it matters, this one company and this one individual. if OpenAI's promises, Sam Altman's out there saying this technology also has all this upside. Some applications are real, in medical diagnosis, in weather warnings. There is life-saving stuff that is coming out of this tech, but that's not where all the valuation is coming from, right? And they're doing big defense deals to get money now. And the risks are not going away. And Sam Altman, critics allege in this piece, triggered a wider race to the bottom. I think some of the guardrails you're referring to are safety people in the company were sounding alarms. We document a lot of the internal whistleblowing and people complaining to the board saying, hey, this company has started to race towards profit. And it's actually, in some cases, like concealing what's happening safety-wise. There are allegations that Sam Altman was telling his board, that a complex AI model had been tested in various respects safety-wise, and then it turns out it hadn't. There's lots of stuff like that. But also,
let's remember that Sam Altman is always sitting at the big round table talking about how many billions he's going to be donating to our infrastructure, to some infusion of billions of dollars to United States that have never materialized. When 4547 had that big dinner with all these tech billionaires, and Mark Zuckerberg said that he was going to be donating $8 billion, and then while his mic was still on, he said, "Was that enough? I didn't know what number to say." All of this is pomp and circumstance. Your president has restricted any state from making any regulations to AI. A whole dummy has prevented any regulations from any state to make restrictions to AI. If restrictions are made, you will lose all of your federal FEMA dollars in that state. So let's be real clear on what's going on with this AI. So let me. I dropped the link to the rest of this video, the I've Had It video, so you can see the rest of this video. I'll go over there and subscribe to them. They do great work. And I also have dropped the link to this actual article that is in the New Yorker magazine. Here is the article. It is quite a long article. So I'll go over there and check this story out. It's a very interesting story. I thought you guys would be interested in that. Why did I think you guys would be interested in that? Because let me delete this one. I don't want to talk about JD Vance. Now, I did tell you that Israeli missiles had dwindled down to double digit. I want to fact check, let you know where I got that story from. This is in Drop Site News. Israeli missile interceptors have dwindled to double digit, Trump administration officials said. The decreasing supply of interceptors have left Israeli increasingly dependent on the missile defense capability of the U.S. Navy. So while your president is telling you that they have depleted Iran's new Navy, Israel is about to deplete the interceptors to protect Iran. Israel is about to deplete our missile interceptors to protect Israel, not ourselves, because Israel has between 10 and 99 missile interceptors. So if you are unaware of that story, I'm going to drop this link in the chat. That is on Drop Site News. If you're not subscribed to Drop Site News, I would suggest you subscribe to Drop Site News. These are stories that they don't report to you in the media. Drop Site News is Ryan Grimm and oh, I forget the other guy. I know his name. They do great reporting. So I wanted to share that with you before I went, and I just wanted to remind you of something else. What do I have? Let me see. Uh, Let me see. There are. I wanted to. Maybe you might want to go over to Ken Klippenstein. He is talking about what 4547 doesn't want you to know about this war. And one of the things that they don't want you to know about the war is how unpopular this war is. Now, of all the secretaries of defense, Pete Kagbreath is by far the least possible. This Trump is underwater 4 points at the 1 month start of a war. Trump is -4, where H.W. Bush was +31 and George W. Bush was point 14 at the start of the war. Net approval of change due to actions in Iran. Uh, Under the hostage crisis, Jimmy Carter was up 32 points. Your president is under 4 points. Also, Secretary of Defense net popularity 1 month into a war. Let's see. Y'all remember when Dick Cheney was Secretary of Defense in Bush 1 war? He was up 62 points. Under the second, I think the Afghanistan war, Don Rumsfeld, he was over the Secretary of Defense, was up 48 points. Whereas Kegbreath, -30 in approval in this war. So go over to Ken Klippenstein and check out his story about what they don't want you to know about how unpopular this war is. I'm going to drop Ken Klippenstein link, and you need to really go over to Ken Klippenstein's link anyway, because he does a lot of great reporting. How the Trump government is actually trying to figure out rules and laws that the DOJ and the FBI is in cahoots with that will help them arrest you as American citizens. As a matter of fact, I've already reported on this story several times. It doesn't seem like your national media is concerned at all about the NSPM7 National Security Presidential Advisory number 7. But let me, and I also gave you the story about how the FBI is trying to figure out ways to deem anybody who disagrees with this administration a domestic terrorist. But let me let me show another view of someone else who is taking this reporting. I haven't seen anything about how the FBI and the DOJ is going after American citizens widely reported. Now, also understand that most of this stuff is have receipts to go with it. When Ken Klippenstein does a story, usually receipts. So let me share one of my favorite reporters who is doing a story that I've already done to just emphasize the importance of the news that is being broke over on Ken Klippenstein's Substack channel that you may want to pay attention to. If you're not listening to me, go over there to the page and read it yourself. If you're not listening to me, let's listen to one of my favorite news commentators, Kyle Klippenstein. We did this story several days ago. The FBI political pre-crime center. They are trying to arrest you for things that they are saying that are crimes that are really not crimes, but they're calling them pre-crimes. So using data and information, they're trying to ring you up as someone who may potentially commit a crime, and they're trying to arrest you for it. They have gotten funding for this.
Klippenstein has this piece. Exclusive. FBI's new political... All right, guys, so we got some massive news here about the crimes of the Trump regime. So Ken Klippenstein has this piece. Exclusive. FBI's new political pre-crime center. Are your views on the list of domestic terrorism indicators? So what he's going to explain here, and we'll jump into it in a second, but what he's going to explain here, they're actively targeting and, quote, hunting basically MAGA dissidents, people who oppose the regime. So he says, President Trump's budget request to Congress contains the largest counterterrorism spending increase in years, and buried inside it is a new FBI-led center dedicated to proactively hunting Americans the government classifies as so-called domestic terrorists. The new center and funding boost represent the implementation of Trump's National Security Presidential Memorandum 7, NSPM 7, the sweeping federal order I've been covering since it was signed last September. Though public opposition to ICE succeeded at forcing the administration to back down in Minnesota, even firing both Kristi Noem and Gregory Bavino, the FBI is doubling down on its domestic terrorism obsession. Now, the Trump budget request reveals the FBI runs a dedicated NSPM 7 Joint Mission Center with personnel from 10 federal agencies. It is busy proactively identifying domestic terrorists motivated by any of the following beliefs. Ready? So this is the list. We talked about it before, but anti-Americanism, anti-capitalism, anti-Christianity, support for the overthrow of the U.S. government, extremism on migration, race, and gender, hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on family. So what if you're gay, in favor of gay marriage, you're an extremist? Hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on religion. So if you're an atheist or an agnostic, you're fucking a terrorist. Hostility towards those who hold traditional views on morality, which I don't even know what that one means, because I've never seen a more immoral regime than this one. But apparently you have to believe in their immorality in order to not be a terrorist. So again, stop and think about this, guys. If you're considered a domestic terrorist, if you're, quote, anti-American, well, they call the entire left wing anti-American. They call liberals and leftists anti-American. They say, like, if you criticize Trump, if you criticize MAGA, if you criticize conservative republicanism, then you're a terrorist. So, I mean, it's just insane because, of course, everybody on the left side of the political spectrum, we all criticize America because we're trying to improve it and make it better, right? It's a labor of love. But no, they flip it like, oh, you should be locked up. You're a domestic terrorist. To say anti-capitalism is domestic terrorism, okay, does that mean you're a domestic terrorist if you support Medicare for all? If you want to expand Social Security, right? Does that mean you're a domestic terrorist if you want to increase the number of unions? If you want democratic ownership of the workplace? Is that what that means? Because, again, that's like the most direct Occam's razor interpretation is those are socialist ideas. Therefore, are you a terrorist if you believe in those things? This is what we're talking about here, guys. If you're anti-Christianity, okay, I'm agnostic or an atheist, however you want to describe me. I'm fine with either label. Does that mean that I'm a terrorist? I mean, I was raised Catholic. Does that count? Am I safe now because I was raised Catholic and I had like confirmation and shit like that and communion? Does that count? Or because I'm agnostic and an atheist, does that like fucking make it so now I'm basically a terrorist? And they would call extremism on migration, they would call that like literally anybody who protests ICE and their fucking Gestapo thugs who shot people in the face and assaulted 84-year-old married couples and it hit people with cars and tear-gassed babies. They would say if you oppose that, you're the extremist. Even the thing about like supporting overthrow of the U.S. government, like everybody who's on the left side of the spectrum wants a different government, of course. Again, that means you're fucking a terrorist. That's insane. So if you support Black Lives Matter, right? If you support trans people existing, they consider that terrorism basically. And so what's happening here is I'm sure They're going through the internet with a fine-tooth comb, trying to create that Palantir blackmail database on all of us, and they're adding you to secret government lists if you have the wrong politics. That's what this tells me. So authoritarianism is fully here. Fascism is fully here. And now you have the so-called respectable intelligence agencies are doing Trump's dirty work for him. That's what's happening. He says, in other words, if your political views are practically anything other than MAGA, you're on notice, courtesy of the FBI. The new center combats these supposed threats by integrating intelligence, operational support, and financial analysis. Its creation appears to be inspired by the murder of conservative commentator Charlie Kirk, an event that reportedly precipitated the formulation of NSPM7 in the first place. According to the budget request, which alludes to heinous assassinations having dramatically increased, the budget request also singles out social media as some kind of breeding ground for domestic terrorism, saying domestic terrorists exploit a variety of popular social media platforms, smaller websites with targeted audience, and encrypted chat applications. They use these platforms to recruit new adherents, plan and rally support for in-person actions, and disseminate materials encouraging radicalization and mobilization of violence. By the way, I should point out, people told me when I was doing Kyle and Corin this week that I think, what is it, the Secular Talk Reddit, which apparently was, there was a decent number of people that were doing their thing over there. Apparently the whole fucking thing was banned. And I think the whole thing was pulled down either because of real strident objection to the Iran war among everybody on there, or some people said there was some Luigi posting going on. A little bit too much support showed for Luigi, right? And that alone was enough to get it pulled. So what I'm warning everybody out there is be careful, because any sort of left of center community, I don't care who it is, even other left of center communities that I might not even agree with, they're infiltrated. Every single one of them is infiltrated. There's fucking intelligence assets that are inside every single left of center community, and they are actively trying to undermine and destroy every one of these communities and make it so that it can no longer be a community. And so I'm just warning you in advance. Everybody needs to act accordingly. Maybe don't post so edgy, so close to the sun that it ruins the community for everybody.
Okay. There's that. Now, I think I will leave you. I think I'll leave you. I think I will leave you with this. It would be this. I think it would be this. Hold on. 1 second. Let me, I think this is the one that I wanted to end you. Okay. Let me end with this. Since it's the weekend, the link to this will be in my description box, and I will also link it in the chat under outro. If you are unfamiliar with this, let me share this with you. And I appreciate you guys for being here with me. I hope you hit the like button. I hope you have learned something. I hope you go back through the chat and check out some of the links. Check out some of the people that I have linked to. They give good information. A lot of this information unfortunately it's not handled on our for-profit media, so support independent media. Don't support forget it. Okay, support independent media. I hope you guys do, and please hit the like button, and thank you again for your support. I'll end with this.
Anyway, enjoy this video. Yeah. You sent the jet. We sent them down. Rescue failed. Now you're losing clowns. No ceasefire. Watch this. Jet down. Trump screaming. Losing ground. Rescue mission. More birds gone. 48 hours. We said no. Carry on. Jet down. Lying wrong. Jet down. No ceasefire. We strike back all night long. You thought your F-15's on the sky. We locked on target, made 2 more fly. 1 crew rescue, 1 still lost in the dust. Rescue choppers running out of turn in the rust. Trump talking bitch, finish the job on TV. But every jet you send is a gift back to me. You beg for 48, thought we'd kneel and stop. We laughed in your face, keep taking the L, pop. Jet down. Trump screaming, losing ground. Rescue mission, more birds gone. 48 hours, we said no. Carry on. Jet down, lying wrong. Jet down, arrest wrong. No ceasefire, we strike back all night long. Sacred defense, lions still flying high. You lose more planes, we own the sky. No ceasefire. Yeah. Jet down.
Don't believe your ears, believe your eyes. Make sure you find some real media that is giving you the actual facts. Hope you guys have a wonderful weekend. Hit the like button. I'm out. Bye-bye.
ready to go, Mama. You ready to go, Mama? Take it, go, Mama. Take it, go, Mama. Take it, go, Mama.
All right. Gotta go walk the dog. Have a great weekend. Bye-bye.